Alrighty. Greetings to you, Jon Rishatum, and greetings to you, Mike. I hope you're having a nice evening. And bot is starting right now. And greetings to you, Atheist. How's it going? Good evening, sir. So, I would say, let's try and continue this. So what I need to do is run out of magic. Somehow. So how do I run out of magic? I'm not entirely sure. So the baseline is, as we realized, if my white mage has magic, that's a pretty bad thing, apparently. But this costs 9, life costs... Actually, it's just going to cost life, then kill them off again to run out of magic. Yeah! Floam, thank you! Thank you so much, Floam, for 2 drops in a row. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Floam. How are you doing? How's it going? And greetings, it's too early. How's it going for you? Your enemies? That would be an option too. And greetings to you, Nex and Alrai. How are you guys doing? Life up everybody and cure them, then kill them. Oh, that's allowed, isn't it? I assume that's allowed. Hey. Used up all the life. Thank you for the host, Carl. Appreciate it. Do the rules of your playthrough allow you to resurrect team members? Sure, why not? I mean, the only real difference is just that this section here will take a little bit less long. The difference would be that I would either cast Cure instead of other stuff. And Kratos! 9 drops in a row. Thank you, sir. Hey, how's it going? And thank you. So yeah, that's what I did. I want to have 0 MP going into the battle, because if you get confused and accidentally armor Biblos, then we are actually faster resetting as long as Biblos has not run out of MP yet. It's ridiculous. So let's see. If I send you a storybook to read, will you record your voice reading so I can put in my daughter to sleep? Depends on how long it is, it's too early. If it's short, sure, why not? And greetings to you, commitment tissues. How's it going? Do the rules of playthrough allow you to... Oh, yeah. I guess. I mean... Sure, there is no specific rule set. It's really just kind of mostly guidelines. I mean, Atheist, if I remember correctly when I was a kid, I absolutely love... Oh, I needed at least 1 spell cost for... Cure for myself. Oh well, when I was a kid, I loved some little cassette recording with stories and all that stuff, read by various people. It was really awesome. I loved just hearing those over and over and over and over again. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The same concept. So, my idea is that I want to hit this guy about 3 times before he uses armor up. Because that will give me... that saves me about 10 minutes if I get 3 hits in the end. Something like that. But if he armors up when I do that, then, well, that's not good. They can't do that. I actually need an E3. Oh, this is so silly. So I need 3 MP left over in the end, so give me a second. And greeting sign of thank you very good luck. Romp the chair, yep, I romp the chair. Isn't it doing tedious thing sort of the point of the run though? Not really, it's not boring to me, for the most part anyways. But sure, we could go with that. How does adding new items to a food post list works? I figured the text adding eating. You just send me a whisper with it, the Anirshatum, and I will add it sometime. I will probably not add it during the stream here. Because, well, not today anyways, because I need to actually pay attention. But I can do it right after, or right next time, stuff like that. Or sometimes I even do it during a stream if I have, let's say, some form of downtime. So yeah, sure, why not? Romp the chair, rip chair. So this gives me 1 spell cost of armor, and then we run away. Ow, rude. I'm going to actually use the healing rod to heal myself real quick before I run away. Reset's coming, I mean, whether I just wait until I die or straight up reset. The only difference in gameplay is that I didn't have to wait as long. My parents got so bored by children's book that they read The Hobbit for me and my sister repeatedly. Oh, nice. That's actually really awesome. Red? Aww, rude. So first things first, I need to cast armor. I actually completely forgot that I actually need some MP to cast armor. Charm? Please don't charm me. That's silly. So as mentioned earlier, I want to get in 3 flail hits without him casting armor as a response, as in, he has, I think, a 1 in 3 chance to not give a response. To be fair, I guess 2 hits with the flail is fine. That makes that a bit easier to handle. What's there's that? The timer isn't running! Oh, thank you. I didn't realize. Oh, well, the timer is not accurate anyways, but it's okay. Instead of reading children's book, they read actual literature like The Hobbit, who are perhaps 3 or 3 years old. That works for some people. I believe I was this kind of kid where I was easily scared of stuff and had easily nightmares, so that would probably not have been a good idea. So different kids are different, I guess. So we have 1 charm. Actually, where's my cross list thingy? Wait, Mage, could you punch yourself out of confusion, please? I think it's a 50-50 chance to attack himself, or instead of using stuff. Wow, that's 3 times in a row. And that's why we want him to have 0 MP. Otherwise, we would run our accidentally armor up Biblos. Alrighty. Hey, Richter Shade. Thank you very good luck. How are you doing, sir? And greetings to you, like us like Hunt. How's it going? I consider Lord of the Rings one of the few movies that was better than the book. Interesting. Well, the movies were certainly very good in my opinion. I've never read the books though. My parents would sometimes give me nighttime medicine if I wasn't able to sleep. Not the greatest idea at night, so yeah. Just really try everything else before you do that, I feel. So, I still have not been able to hit him once. No armor up? Good. But the movie cut out all the important things. Well, maybe... maybe not. It depends on what you consider to be important for a movie. So I think I'm just actually going to roll with this, by the way. As in, I hit him once, he didn't armor up. That one hit is essentially something like 10 rounds of... 30 rounds of combat saved. So, yeah. Just going to wait and heal myself here. But the idea is to run Biblos out of magic. That's it, really. Combat L was extremely important. Also, magic hammer is here. Arm is over here. Another magic hammer. I assume we had some more magic hammers. And I think we had 2 charms so far. After this one. Magic hammer. So I'm just going to make a cross list on how many magic hammers and how many charm spell casts we had so far. Another magic hammer. I love it when he casts magic hammer. It's so good for me. The lore was basically just Catholicism with different names. I had enough of that in grade school. Which one? Lord of the Rings. Use some special extended cuts. Is that magic hammer? I actually kind of missed it. Thank you for the host, Mike Meyer. Appreciate that. The books are better. I mean, you think the books are better, that's your opinion. Other people have different opinions. Does fairies make the best white mage? Not necessarily. It's just kind of my preference and character. She does not have any specific disadvantages. Greetings, Grat. Yes, you've never seen this because... well, if you do this, this is a project that will go on for quite some time. To say the least. So the general idea of the white mage is just to run the boss out of MP. Well, yeah. Pretty much. If they can run out of MP, that is. Can say that about Lovecraft for horror as well. A librarian more than a shocker. Well, yeah, there's a lot of things you just cannot accurately describe in movie formats, and it's very brief, etc. By the way, that is probably one of the biggest reasons why I absolutely really don't like slapstick in movies. But I really like slapstick in books apparently, which is only something I realized after I started reading Discworld. Just because it gives you more time to process and think about things, and actually catch on to the jokes, which are usually too fast when it's in movie format. So different people prefer different things. Which is natural. By the way, for anyone wondering, we are going to be here for quite some time. The expected amount of magic hammer spell casts is 200. We are at 10 right now. Tolkien is unreadable. You don't like reading Tolkien. There's a difference in that. By the way, it is, let's put it this way, kind of silly to try and express something as general truth when it's just your opinion. I don't think you should necessarily do that. Slapstick in movies is cheap because it's handed to you. Slapstick in books is great because your mind actually creates the scene. Well, yeah, I mean, just kind of different preferences, isn't it? I don't think it's cheap in movies. It's just too fast for me personally. It's just a different format. It's kind of like some people don't like chocolate ice cream, but they really like chocolate bars. Is this Diablo 4? Something like that. Speaking of Diablo 4, there's actually a StarCraft 2 arcade release for a Diablo 2 mod that I probably want to take a look at sometime. To answer your question, Zynothon, it can also be a speedrun. If you like, that would be fitting. I'm playing a witch doctor. Sure, we can go with that. I mean, I don't mind. I'm okay with that. Yeah, enjoyed checking it out. I actually played it for a few minutes already, and it kind of plays like I expected, but it's still very nicely done. As in, it's not something I would probably play for a whole lot of time, but I feel like people might be interested in that sometime. I stream it a little. So yeah, for anyone interested, StarCraft 2, if you have that game, you can go into the arcade over there and search for Curse of Tristram. That was just a recent release, which is essentially Diablo 2 more or less recreated in this StarCraft 2 engine. It is really extensive, and someone put a lot of work into that. I recommend checking that out. StarCraft 2 is free, is it? There was even a Diablo 2 map set for Warcraft 3. Interesting, I did not know that. The arcade is free to play, don't even need to buy StarCraft. Wow, I actually had no idea. Interesting. That is actually really nice. That means pretty much anyone can check it out if they would like to. Thank you, Immortal Champ. Hey, I get to do something. We arrived, by the way, at 21 magic hammers. So we are 10% of the way there, in theory anyways. Wind Slash. Hey Cortez, how's it going? I mean, password saves can be fine. Especially if you don't have to type it in letter by letter in a gigantic string like you had to do in some NES games. Although those NES games had rather interesting password systems. If you just could decipher them one way or another, you could basically get anything you wanted. Like in Faxanadu, there is on tastradios.org a password generator where you can give you everything and still be at the beginning of the game, which is not normally possible. But it's rather fascinating anyways. Yes, indeed. What Immortal Champ says. His Curse of Tristram. I can recommend taking a look at it. I just typed in my chat window. No, don't romp rabbits. Don't romp frogs, that's mean. Password I meant, I got TTS NES passwords. I see. Fair enough. Oh. No, don't put frogs in a fruit box, that's mean. Cloud and Zoan as full-fledged models in Warcraft 3. Wow. Very impressive. And greetings, Slurpee. How do you win with White Mage? With a lot of patience. And about 300 magic hammer spellcasts from the enemy. As in, I'm literally waiting until Biblos runs out of magic. And then I will start attacking him. Eventually, slowly, very, very slowly. The reason why I don't want to attack him first is whenever you attack Biblos, he has a chance to counteract with a armor spell cast which cuts your physical damage in half. And considering that I do very, 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 very little physical damage, cutting that in half would be a very, very bad thing. So it's actually literally faster to wait until he runs out of magic completely. Than it is for me to attack him whenever I can. Just wait until he runs out of magic. Please hit yourself, White Mage, that would be silly. Just make him run out of magic and then start attacking once he has no more magic for armor counterspell left over. And greetings, Teronagas, how are you doing? Also, once he would fall under a certain amount of HP, Biblos' counteract would not just be armor, he would also potentially cast a spell that is called Drain, which absorbs something like 200 life from me and gives it to Biblos. Considering that I will do about 15 to 20 damage per attack, that is nowhere near enough to hope that 10 times in a row he will cast armor instead of a counteract with Drain. For about, I don't know, it's more like 30 times in a row, really. So we just need to run him out of magic no matter what. He just don't have enough offensive power currently. Farius is literally getting hammered. Sure. We could say that. I have the patience of a saint. I'm not sure. I guess, to an extent. I just like these kind of stupid challenges though. So if you like something, you have more patience for it. That's usually the case. There's actually a chance that he will use a combination of stuff that where I could die, although it should be relatively unlikely. What I've learned last time I tried this is if I fall really low on HP, I want to use a high potion first, no elixirs, because elixirs actually give me magic points back, and that means whenever I'm confused there is a chance that I would cast armor on Biblos. As a White Mage you can actually cast armor. And casting armor on him would be just... well, there's no point in waiting until I attack, I could just straight up attack instead in that case. We've got all the end, yeah, we're likely going to defeat this guy long before I got anything noteworthy to accomplish at work on my end. Wow. I see, Agers. It's nothing compared to Forge of Fiesta Barbarians versus Sandworm Berserkers. Actually, Berserkers just is you hope to eventually arrive. This one here, you actually just wait until you arrive for the most part and hope you don't die along the way. It is kind of similar though, that's true. And here I was complaining about having to farm AP for master materia. I mean, if you don't enjoy doing that, then, well, then that's not happy, is it? The thing is, that is one of the big reasons why I don't bother with 100%ing most of the games I play. I just don't have motivation or the patience to try and sit through all that grinding for the most part. As in, I've never had, as much as I played Secret of Mana, I've never had a game file at max level and max magic and all that stuff. Just because I don't know why I would do that. Enjoy your food, Lucas. I mean, the thing is, compared to other projects I've done, this is probably more time consuming, but slightly less insane. Max level in Secret of Mana isn't too bad. Okay. I had a max Secret of Mana, was trying to get all orbs but never got there. Oh. Apparently orbs have a relatively low chance to drop. And quitting Zacharias, yes indeed. The eternal fight continues. You could say that. By the way, I need to be very careful that I don't accidentally heal him with the healing stuff. Also, can you imagine doing this with no healing stuff, as in if the healing stuff was not an item that you could use? That would take a really long time. Secret of Mana is pretty quick. It is probably pretty quick compared to what I'm used to nowadays. But still, there's no point in it. You've never completed your quest of all Gao Rages. I actually still don't really know what Gao Rages all do. As in, when I played Final Fantasy VI, when I just discovered the emulator basically, just kind of, I selected one of the things, sometimes it did a ton of damage, sometimes it didn't. But for the most part I didn't bother with using Gao with my party, just because I didn't understand it. Less than 1000% chance, really? Gotten one orb in over 200 hours on endgame farming. That seems kind of crazy though. And that seems pretty extreme to say the least. When I was hunting for the boomerang orb because I found another glitch with it, it took me I think about 1.5 hours to get the boomerang orb specifically. That was not too bad, I feel. I took on the hardcore nothing but whites challenge on Diablo 3. It was pretty rough, probably 300 hours over 6 weeks. Wow. That does sound really rough actually, to say the least. Nothing but white in Diablo 3. I mean, there are some bosses that I just decided to go with under-equipped stuff. But only whites? That's pretty crazy. Outrages are basically just using enemies' attacks, so if the attack is strong, it will be a strong attack. Except some of the enemies never use those attacks because the game is coded horribly. Yeah, I guess. Could just be that I'm extremely unlucky for some orbs. Maybe you just didn't specifically farm for the correct enemies. As in, specific enemies drop specific orbs. By the way, we are arrived at 25 charms and exactly 50 magic hammers, from what I can tell. So we are about a quarter of the way there. And I most likely am not exactly accurate with my list, but we are approximately there. Jinger, thank you for the host, sir. Appreciate that. Stray Cat is good because Cat Scratch ignores armor. Interesting. This Scourge in general is holy. Oh. Only missing Boomeranging and Javelin for all orb. Axe and Javelin, I see. The thing about axes, you need to farm 2 axe orbs to get all of them, interestingly enough. Which is kind of weird. All the other weapons you only have to farm 1. If I'm not mistaken. Actually on the sword, I think you don't have to farm any. You know specific enemies? Okay. Because when I was a kid I did not know that. We at some point just got some of the orbs and some we didn't. Never knew why. For some reason it never occurred to me that only specific enemies drop specific orbs. We can continue doing that with Magic Hammer and Charm all the time. I'll be happy about that, Biblos. Does the White Mage in this fanfight get any damaging spells like Holy? Yes, late game he gets Holy, but until then we don't really have anything. And late game will take probably a really long time to acquire. The thing is, once you get Holy, you breeze through the rest of the game, no problem. Absolutely no issue whatsoever. But until then, I will take some time. Isn't it possible to get the Axe Orb in one of the chests that double spawns? The thing about double spawning chests is that those are just basically chests that read your current amount of Axe Orbs or orbs in general and tell the game, okay, this chest gives you up to 6 Axe Orbs, which means if you didn't have any Axe Orbs so far, you will get 6 from that chest. Or up to 6 in the end. But if you already have 6, the chest will not be there in the first place. Well, essentially could say those chests just catch you up on the orb matter entirely. There is a weirdness that if you, let's say, can go into an area early, pick up a chest with specific orbs, like you go into the Grand Palace and pick up the sword orbs in there, and then you go back to defeat an boss that gives you a sword orb naturally. You actually gain more sword orbs, since at that point in the game you're expected to already have those sword orbs until level 6 or something like that. But then you get one additional one from a previous boss in a sense. That's kind of how Metal Mantis works. But regular chests will always only give you up until a specific amount. They are just catching you up on how many orbs you should have at that point. Can you even get hold of it just one character? Technically speaking, I need two. Because the fourth tower requires 2 parties. What I'm going to be doing is I will be power leveling Galuf/Kara for a second white mage. And so I just do the second portion of the tower with the second white mage. This will also allow me at the beginning of the second world to briefly have a white mage also take on Gilgamesh to just free everyone from prison. So in a sense, it is going to be 2 solo white mages for a very brief period of time. But I'm always going to do every battle with just 1 white mage. How long does this boss take to finish? About 5. I would expect 5 to 6. So the thing is, after about 2 hours he will run out of magic. Roughly. And then we have another 3 to actually whittle him down with physical attacks. No, it's not under 2 hours from here. Under 2 hours to run him out of magic though. As in, we are about a third through his magic pool. Wind Slash unfortunately does not cost any magic. Magic Hammer costs 3 MP. And Charm costs 4 MP. And he has 1000 MP total. Which means, just with 3 from the Magic Hammer and 4 from Charm, we try to run him out of magic. Also, hopefully we don't die along the way. Because with an unfortunate combination of Charm and my white mage casting spell while being charmed instead of hitting himself with the healing stuff, could result in a very, very bad situation. Well, thankfully that charm didn't hit there, otherwise I might have been toast. And greetings, awkward penguins. We're just trying to run Biblos out of magic. That's all we do here. But yeah, there's the chance that we just straight up die. But there's a report of a solo white mage doing this at an even lower level, as in with a lower maximum HP pool. And that seemed to be not too much of an issue. On the other hand, we don't want to level up too high with a white mage yet, because later on, actually to be specific, in about after the next 3 bosses, there will be a boss who deals damage based on your maximum HP. And if I'm too high level, I will not be able to easily out-heal that anymore, because my HP pool grows faster than my healing power capabilities. So that's kind of why I really want to beat Biblos and just move through the next portion of the game until then, without leveling up much further. I will be doing some major grinding sessions sometime, but that will take some time too. And greetings, Guts. It's going quite fine. How are you doing? Ooh, those wind slashes are really not pretty. A rabbit finds a little frog in the food box. The rabbit cuddles onto the frog and falls asleep. Aww. Cute. Last time I did this, I actually would have used an elixir here, just because the HP is really, really low already. But the thing is, I use an elixir, I get my magic points back, and if I'm charmed, I can potentially just armor up Biblos instead. Which would be even worse. Actually, it would be worse than dying and redoing things. Because I would have to redo things anyways. So here I just use a high potion instead. I only have 2 high potions, unfortunately. There is no way to buy high potions, and there are only a few you can find along the way. What you could do in theory is you could steal high potions if you were a thief, but I'm not a thief, so I can't steal high potions. Delicious iced tea. A little tired, didn't sleep well last night. Aw. Hope that gets rectified soon, if the next night of sleep. Wish you good luck with that, gods. I think you all know too well. Holidays to not sleep well. Good luck to you. Hey, I haven't actually written down anything in a while. I wonder whether I just forgot or he didn't use Magic Hammer of Charm. And actually, not specifically got. It being October is actually just a coincidence. So the new avatar, or picture in the top left you see on the stream page, is because now I'm part of the Twitch team that is called the Rip Runners. Speaking of which, my bot should actually announce that stuff. Give me a second. I need to check that real quick. Biblos, don't kill me in the meantime, please. That would be lovely. Actually, I'm just going to wait until I'm charmed and then run over to my laptop and activate the thing. But yeah, the short version is Rip Runners is essentially a Twitch team that is aiming to do more than just be a bunch of people together in one team on the stream. And we will want to do some things together sometime, and also have a bit of an opening kind of thing where you just get to learn about the other people in the team. And we try to move on from there. Going to be interesting. That's okay, Agers, and thank you. Oh yeah, there will be some event in the near future that I will be trying to inform people through Twitter and Discord and also on stream. And greetings, Brexoha. How are you doing? This guy again, huh? Yep, indeed, this guy again. How are you doing? Oh, alrighty, let's go. Secret! Rip Runners! Hey Dot James, how are you doing, sir? There we go. Just a little announcement. What is the secret? The secret is a secret. And it just counts up a number until it reaches 100%. You don't like secrets. Oh. That's important. Wind Slash. I actually healed too little to survive too many Wind Slashes in a row. I hope he doesn't do that too often. It's pretty great. Another charm. Good job, Whitey. By the way, the name of our white mage hero here, we decided is Braska. From Final Fantasy X. Which I want to play through sometime, but I think the next casual project will be Final Fantasy VI for sure. So the team is Yakamov, Ryu, Uncapable is Wugen, background guy. There is also Coalface. Coalface is a Pokemon Red speedrunner and streamer. So he's, let's put it this way, one of the newer people, you could say, who's streaming. But definitely quite an interesting personality. So yeah, it's those people you mentioned, and the Coalface. I would have gone with runners. Or runners. Yeah. The thing is, the thing didn't really... That wasn't really a thing until the meme was formed, I guess. You prefer knowledge to secrets, but then they are no longer secrets. Which is why you don't like secrets in the first place. That is fair. I'm generally the same. But sometimes in the correct context, a little bit of suspense is fine. Can even be beneficial. You see him on cable stream a lot? Yep, all the J's. Guru has been a thing for such a long time. Well, not around where I was. But that's fair. I should also start keeping track of his AI cycle, the boss that is. He only has 2 actions he can take, I believe. The Magic Hammer, next turn he can cast Charm. So this turn he can use Magic Hammer again. So I heal, because now he can use Charm again. Basically I want to try to start being more clever about whatever he can do. Wind Slash he didn't use, so I can safely heal next turn without getting confused. But I definitely want to straight up heal, because now he can use Charm again. 1 in 3 chance to use Charm, which is, by the way, kind of a good thing because it costs a lot of magic points. And here, once again, I'm just going to straight up heal because he can use Charm again. You've never seen the benefit to suspense, at least not that can't be gotten some other way. A lot of people actually really enjoy some form of suspense. In that it's anticipation, kind of excitement, you don't really know what is going to come up. In a sense, for for people like me, for the most part, it is not a pleasant feeling, but for some reason, a lot of other people really like it. So maybe it does not have any real benefit to you, but we are not all the people that there are we? Because I didn't keep track of when he can use charm again. Never played this one. Where is your mana / spell amounts? My mana is not being displayed, but I can tell you it is 0. There's just the magic being, the HP being displayed. If you want to see your mana, you go into your spell menu, and there you can see it. Like here, I have 0 MP out of 236 on the right side, but it doesn't actually display it to you outside of that menu. Actually, for a long time I didn't realize that spell amount was a thing in Final Fantasy 1. I have no idea how it works in Final Fantasy 2 or 3 for that matter. You don't feel like there's any benefit? I feel like there's loads of benefits, even if I don't necessarily recognize them. There's just, on the baseline, not really much of a reason for me to question it currently. I prefer knowledge overall. If everybody just said everything straight up instead of beating around the bush or lying for that matter, I feel like it would look very different. But at the same time, I dare to say I don't necessarily know whether it would be better or worse. Two had MP and 3 had the cast amount again. Oh, interesting. That's kind of odd. One and 3 only ones with charges. Honesty is best policy. It is for me. But at the same time, it appears that if a lot of people were more honest with others, their idea of honesty would necessarily lead to more clashes and more battles, you could say, more fights one way or another. Because even if you are honest, that does not necessarily mean that you have to be a jerk about it. So some people being honest is not necessarily straight up beneficial. If we could only get beat right through that bush. Of course, Mike, that would be way more efficient. Hey, Silicium. My weekend was efficient. We could say, how are you doing? Cast amount is similar to D&D, right. Which is something I didn't understand for a long time, even though I played Baldur's Gate 2. But when I was a kid, I had no clue why Baldur's Gate 2 spells sometimes worked and sometimes I couldn't cast any. Never got far in that game. It's a noble ideal, but assumes that people aren't idiots. Precisely, and at the same time, don't assume evil intent where it's just stupidity, right? Pretty much like that. Oh. Thank you for the house try, Bastian. I appreciate that. I tend to be pretty direct for the sake of not wasting time. Lots of people don't like it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a fair idea. But at the same time, even if you are direct, that doesn't mean you have to be a jerk about it. As in, you can still be... what's the word? Sensitive in a sense? As in, even though... Let's put it this way, if you... don't want to lie, ever. Like, that's kind of what I do. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to tell everybody everything. There's a benefit in just not saying things, sometimes. Just because it might just be an unnecessary burden and benefits no one if you tell something like that. There's even one person willing to take advantage of the honesty the system fails. You could say that, yeah. You always have to keep in mind in the back of your head, what if, even if you don't act according to it. Efficient? You're doing fine, glad to hear that, Elysium. Do you have any ideology? Don't try to be a jerk, but some people really need a lot of flowery small talk. They do sometimes. I agree. Which... if I can avoid those people, I will do so usually. I don't like small talk. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. Pretty much. I don't really plan for the worst as much as I usually tend to have an idea of what the backup plan would be. There are a lot of different opinions. Discussions are beneficial. There are a lot of people whose opinion are wrong, period. I mean, an opinion objectively cannot be wrong. Their ideas can be wrong, though. Because an opinion is just an opinion. But it's, in the sense, the same kind of... if you're talking about a subject, you need to get onto the same basis, as in... you need to be talking about the same thing if you use the same word. That does not necessarily mean you are talking about the same already. So... in a lot of discussions are pointless just on the baseline of people not talking about the same thing even though they use the same word. Pizza! Sure, alright, fair enough, atheist. I mean, interestingly enough, we actually had some weird argument sometime about what FPS means. And then, at some point, I recognized, hey guys, you don't even talk about the same thing on the baseline what a frame is. As in, it's frames per second, right? But what is a frame? And it turned out that people were actually not on the same baseline on what they think a frame is. So their entire talk about what FPS means was kind of pointless as a consequence of it. Delicious tacos. I'm not even sure what I'm saying, because suppressing those opinions and the ideas behind those opinions is wrong in itself. Is it? I mean, there are some cultural differences that you need to respect. But certain things, if someone's opinion is that just everybody except him is worthless, then that is not necessarily something you want to respect. Hey Altrit, how's it going? No one eat the taco, I'm saving it. Enjoy. How do you define frames per second aside from as frames per second? That's a unit of measure. No, the baseline problem was that people were not talking about the same thing being a frame. I don't really remember what the idea was about, but there was some misconception, you could say, for some people what a frame is actually, and based on that it was an issue. FPS equals first person shooter. Sure. I can respect that opinion without agreeing with it. That's fair. Long time no see. Welcome back. Glad to hear you're doing good. And greetings, Master Gamer X64. Interlaced versus Peacecan, I guess. I don't think those words were used, Drescolat. Again, I don't really remember what it was all about. It's just that they were not on the same baseline. A frame is just a single slide of footage. That's basically my understanding of it too. But I think there was a different definition floating around for at least one person. Do you want to live in a society where not all opinions are welcome, even the bad ones? No one is saying you have to agree or follow this person, but suppressing them is just that bad. The thing is, usually it's about the way you express a said opinion. As in, if your opinion is that, I don't know, tomatoes should not be eaten, for example, I don't know, something random like that. And no one should eat tomatoes. For one reason or another. Then you need to be able to communicate that to people in a reasonable way. It's not about the opinion necessarily sometimes, but about how you bring it to people, how you express it, and how you behave based on having that opinion. As in, definitely agree with respecting other people's opinions. Always do that. But you don't necessarily have to respect their behavior that might be based on their opinion. Or come from their opinion based on how they are behaving, so to speak. There are actions that shouldn't be allowed. Exactly, it's basically actions and behaviors that you don't necessarily want to tolerate. An opinion? Sure, we can go with that. The thing is just that usually those two things are so tightly knit together that you can not necessarily separate them. There's some high potion to make up the healing deficit here. I have one left, Elysium. I have one left. And I really don't want to use an elixir, because then I could accidentally cast armor on Biblos. Which, unfortunately, my poor little white mage has done before. All hail to the great tomato in the sky. Yeah, I see what you mean, atheist. I wanted to make it a bit nicer with the tomato, but that's kind of what we're getting at. Pretty much stronger. I actually do kind of mind people not being Nazis at their own home as well. Just on a baseline that they are putting themselves into a specific mindset that is just kind of pointless. But that's just my opinion about it, isn't it? Yep, only one left. You can't buy any so far as Elysium. You can only find high potions, currently. The money would not be the issue, I have plenty. Except definitions, yes. Definitions are a big issue too on that. Which... there are things you can just not necessarily define objectively. There was an NES game called Princess Tomato in the Salad Kingdom. It was pretty weird, but good for what it was. I actually remember that title, and I remember it being weird, but still kind of good, I think. I'm not sure. And yes, this is Biblos. We are still in the first world. Act in a legal manner. Yeah, that's kind of the issue, really. If you act in a manner where you cannot be punished, you are still acting. But that's kind of what we're getting at. You can have an opinion of something, but as long as you don't act on it, or don't express it towards those people in a way that influences their well-being one way or another, then that's where you start having an issue. And Magical Fails, thank you for the host. In a sense, Praetor Kane, we are not necessarily talking about legality, although that's basically an extended issue from that idea. And I'm actually in the same boat as Strangor. I'm in the same boat there. Also, guys, be careful to not get too heated up on this discussion. A discussion leader would be necessary to give everybody time to express their opinions once we reach a delicate subject like this. So, I would like to ask you guys to conclude your thoughts, and then we move on from this. Yeah. I like putting it that way too, Slurpee. I like how you put that. I have no idea what that means, Atheist, but that's okay. Why do I not want anyone to eat tomatoes? That is pretty simple. For one, then I get more tomatoes, and for two, you can actually make some delicious tomato sauce and similar things with it. I'm not Swedish. I'm Swiss. That's slight difference. I actually can grow tomatoes if I wanted to. Technically. I don't have a garden, but I could just put out some... I could grow them in my room, I don't think that would be an issue. Lasagna is awesome. And pizza. And greetings, let me know what is happening here. We are killing Biblos very, 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 very slowly. Same thing. Sure, we can go with that. Switzerland has tomatoes? Yeah, we do. We grow them here too. We actually... My mother used to have a patch of garden, and we grow all sorts of things, including tomatoes. And yes, alright, I agree. It's the same kind of principle as... If I apologize to you, that does not necessarily mean that I admit I was wrong. It means that I value our relationship higher than my personal ego. On the matter, that is. I think it's... Also, fun fact, we have almost arrived at 100 magic hammers. Which means... I think it is 200 more. Actually, Does that mean we are only a third through now? I may have miscalculated where we are. No, we actually are halfway through almost now. Almost halfway, guys. I very much want to visit Switzerland one day. It's pretty expensive, but it's also really nice. I can recommend it. I did roll all of Europe in a year. France doesn't start with an S. Not usually. What? France and Finland are the same too? What are you trying to do to beat him? So first, I need to run him out of magic. To give you a brief idea, he has 1000 MP. Each time he casts Magic Hammer, he loses 3 MP. Each time he casts Charm, he loses 4 MP. So this will take total about 2 hours to run him out of magic. The reason why I want to run him out of magic before I do anything else is because he has a counter measure. Whenever he acts, he has a chance to... Or whenever I attack him that way around, he has a chance to cast armor and reduce all physical damage dealt to him by half. Which is a very bad thing considering I only deal something like 15 to 20 physical damage in the first place. He has 3600 HP, so it's actually literally faster for me to wait until he runs out of magic and then starting to blink away on his health. Because he has a second counter spell that he would use at some point if he falls below a certain threshold of HP, where he would be starting to counter with a so-called Drain. And Drain is a really bad thing because it steals about 200 HP from me and gives it over to Biblos. So that also costs magic, and that also I avoid by running him out of magic first. It's just, it turns out to be, if I want to attack him and blink him down to essentially no life, if I do that while he has armor, that takes about 6 hours, assuming he would not heal himself in the meantime. So it's actually just faster if I wait until he runs himself out of magic in about 2 hours, and then eventually be able to attack him when he has no more magic left to use armor spell or drain spells. You come visit Switzerland if you carry me through AAA a Secret of Mana. I mean, sure, why not? The main issue would probably be that my place does not necessarily hold more than one person. I don't even have a second fork. Or a second plate. Spain, Switzerland, Sweden are all the same country. Naturally. The rabbi draws the gigantic watermelon out of the food box and jumps onto it and starts rolling downhill, fast, and eventually it smashes into a rock. Now there's tasty watermelon everywhere. And this is just a boss with 1000 MP. Yep, there's later going to be another one with 10,000. Sleep over at Yakas. Sure. And Meda, thank you for the host, sir. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're doing well over there. Meda flex. How are you guys doing? Welcome from Meta Sigma's channel. So, anyone who does not know Meta Sigma for some reason, Meta Sigma is a speedrunner extraordinaire. He's about 3 times as loud as I am and really, really awesome. Please follow Meta Sigma for some good Seeker of Emor action and also various other games. I didn't have the time recently to check his channel, but I think he is still trying to get the Seeker of Evermore record. So ladies and gentlemen, if you like Meta Sigma, follow this guy. Actually, if you don't like him or don't know about him, follow him anyways. You'll see what I mean. He's pretty awesome. And once again, everybody, welcome. We are currently doing a rather silly project in the Solo White Mage challenge in Final Fantasy V. Trying to get through the entire game with just a single white mage, doing nothing else but doing white mage stuff. Which means we are currently waiting until this boss here runs out of magic. There's a real chance I do visit Switzerland the next year or 2. Ooh. Alright, Mike. We'll see. There's actually a chance that I won't be in Switzerland for a while, so you would have to see whether I'm still there or not. Meta Sigma Raid. Meta Flex. Alright, greetings everybody and welcome. To give you a frame of reference, we are about halfway through Biblo's magic pool at this point. Which means it only takes another hour until he will be finally fully out of magic. Only 3 times? Do 3 times this when you're sick. Fair. He's a very loud individual, but also very awesome. How much MP does Magic Hammer remove? 3. He has 1000 MP total, so that means he could cast 333 Magic Hammers. Charm removes 4 MP even. He is twice as likely to cast Magic Hammer over casting Charm. So there's that. What part of Switzerland? I am in the region of Bern. The Swiss part. The German portion. That is the more accurate description, because there is also French and an Italian and a Romansh portion of Switzerland. It's actually relatively far-ish from mountains, as in I have to drive about an hour with the train to reach some form of mountain-y area. Oh yeah, this might take a while. We are also here since a while. But I can definitely say now with certainty that we are beyond the halfway point. Yep. And greetings to you, TWP Van Legaya. How are you doing? Legend of Legaia is an interesting game. Never played it myself. But the system is interesting to say the least. Also, by the way, in case anyone is wondering, I have a little list of marks I put onto a paper to keep track of how many Magic Hammer casts and how many Charm casts we have so far. It's probably not accurate at this point anymore since I'm reading chat in the meantime, but we're still going. Is that why Switzerland is the neutral country? I don't think that's specifically the reason. That's just how it happened to shape up. They're just embedded in natural mountain fortress. There's actually a lot of fortress in the mountains that is not natural anymore, so in a sense. My ultra research theory that he streams from the mountaintops was refuted. Oh. Mountaintops would not be too pleasant, since it would take ages to get into any shops to buy stuff. Thank you for the host, Grillapan. I appreciate that. $20 to drive to get into town. I mean, I can just take the next bus and be in the middle of the city after 10 minutes or so. Greetings, Gorilla. How are you doing? How's it going? You're good. Excellent, Delan. I should try it out sometime. The thing about Legend of Legaia is it looks interesting, but I feel like I would not be able to appreciate it too much anymore nowadays. I definitely enjoyed the Let's Play that I watched of it. It was really neat. You wish you could get your chat in your stream looking as good as yours. Oh, thank you. That is actually a plugin called the Game Fontificator, or the Chat Game Fontificator. It's something that I got from PJ's stream. It is very adjustable, and if you like, I could see whether I can find the link to it. Imagining Switzerland as the impenetrable mountain nation. There's actually a rather large portion that is not covered in mountains. Swiss are drawers. They are not inside the mountains, not usually. I mean, sometimes we are. You're doing fine, grinding out Act 3 and Act 4 in Secret of Heaven to get close to 11,700? Not sure what that means, but I wish you good luck, Rilla. Oh, I mean, I assume that is 1 hour 17 minutes. Nice, good luck. Game Fontificator chat thingy. There, this one here. That thingy. I'm a beard? Beard? That's unlikely. I did have a beard. Yeah. It is very adjustable. To give you an idea what I currently do, this is the Tales of Symphonia background with Wind Waker text that I'm currently using. There are very many other combinations that you can use. With equals Yaga, mountains, watches, and chocolate. Wow. You also have cheese, you know? Cheese and Ricola. You wouldn't know if mountains are nice. They can be very nice. Can be also very dangerous, but mostly nice around here. At least as long as you don't go onto the more dangerous portions. So yeah. Nice. Recently, the Swiss finished a 36-kilometer long tunnel through the Alps. Well, yeah, they did. I was not necessarily involved in that, at least not directly. Maybe technically financially. Maybe. I don't even know whether that's a private project or something from the government. Probably government stuff. You live in the mountains, they are nice. Agreed. I actually don't really live in the mountains anymore, unfortunately. My hometown was literally in a valley, where I could walk for 10 minutes, arrive at the gondola station, and then just go straight up the mountain. It was really awesome. And now I want to go back. No problems, Elysium, question mark. It was just this. When I first started streaming, I finished every sentence with lolly ho. Aren't those Canadians? I have a much thicker accent, but I'm not sure it was that thick. You could walk 10 minutes and be in a hayfield in almost every direction. Well, that's not too bad either. Probably. I don't know. Kind of hard to define. So there's an armor. He would have casted that on Biblos if he had magic, which would have been a very, very bad thing. Gruyere is the single greatest cheese that ever was. No. Well, at least not in my opinion. I don't like Gruyere at all. I'm sorry. Not my type of cheese. Gun free. What? Gruyere is pretty top tier. A lot of people really like that. I don't quite get it. Actually, my mother yesterday, no, the day before yesterday, suggested a specific brand of Gruyere, as in, yeah, that kind of cheese. And said, well, I don't really like normally Gruyere, but that one is really good. So today I actually bought it, literally today. And I have to admit, I still don't like it, unfortunately. I guess it's not my thing. Technically the area here is called the Valley, but the road right outside goes up the mountain. I see. Lolly-ho is what dwarves say in Final Fantasy. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's not quite Canada, is it? Alrighty. Not quite Canada. What kind of Swiss person are you? I like the other ones, the Emmendal for example, that's pretty good. Pretty much is Canada. There. Also, I should start paying attention to his AI cycle again. Can someone really quick look up something for me? Am I correct under the assumption that Biblos only has 2 phases in his AI cycle? As in, one is attack, dread, and charm. The other one is attack, wind slash. Actually, no, it's wind slash charm and attack, if I'm not mistaken. The other one is attack, magic hammer, and threat, right? Time to go to Canada to tame a Tonberry. They would make interesting pets. Oh, there's also Sonic Wave somewhere in there, so my theory already does not work out at all. Gruyere wrapped in some Yaman Pata Negra? I have no idea what that is. Final Fantasy is Canada. Sure. Jamon Pata Negra is Spanish prosciutto, the best tasting thing on the planet. Huh, interesting. You're more of a chorizo person yourself. Chorizo's not bad. It really depends on what it is in. There's actually a chorizo, some form of salami sandwich that I can buy at the train station in Bern. That one is actually quite fine. It's pretty good. Can recommend. Magic Hammer, which means next turn he can use Charm again. Also, we are closing in on 120 Magic Hammer spell costs. Guess he doesn't respect those names anyway, so we can call our cheese whatever we want. Yeah, it's Spanish cheese, isn't it? In that case, because they also have Swiss cheese, which is probably just some weird product amalgamation specifically for export. I imagine anyways. Which, it's not a bad thing. You like brie? Oh boy, you can have that. That's not my thing at all, unfortunately. Apparently I really used to like brie as a kid. My mother told me, but not nowadays anymore, thank you. Swiss cheese is typically Emmentaler. It's actually not quite Emmentaler apparently, from what I know. It's specifically a cheese that is kind of like that, but slightly altered? Question mark. I've actually never bothered to look into it, but I heard that at some point, which is a very, very accurate form of knowledge, isn't it? As we all know. I heard it at some point, long time ago. Might not be the case at all. It could just be straight up an Emmentaler, and that I don't know. You too like brie and goat cheese. Goat cheese in small amounts is really good. But it needs to be this correct type of goat cheese for me. I actually used to know, well, I kind of still do, I guess, a family that specifically had goats on top of a mountain. And as a little kid, I went there for some holidays. Just took care of the goats, just kind of helping in the farm. Well, as much as a little guy as I could help, I guess. I remember that being pretty nice. My estimate is 2+ hours to run enough magic, specifically Silicium. It's a cheap M-Town knockoff for the American market. That's possible. What I've also heard is that the cheese and chocolate we export actually tastes better than the stuff we have in here. At least that's what someone else told me. Obviously, that's a matter of opinion generally, but sounds interesting. Cucumbers are what, 90% water? Are they? Sounds about right, actually. You used to like cucumbers as a kid, now you can't stand them. I still like them for the most part, they're fine. Even the holes in the American Swiss cheese are fake. I think that's true, if I'm not mistaken. I remember reading something like that. But hey, I think we are not allowed to export cheese with holes that are too large. So if there are too many holes or too large holes in the cheese, they don't actually accept it either. Something like that. Mods, we need some cheese. No. Hey Kaneki, how are you doing? For me, cheese in general is such a thin line between delicious and rotten dairy. Yeah, that's kind of accurate. Hey, Raindrop Dry, thank you for the host. And good evening, everybody. Welcome. And greetings to you, Zoleth. How are you doing? We won't allow raw milk products? What? Isn't butter raw milk product? I guess it's usually with a little bit of spice and stuff. Toast. Oh my god. Careful with what you put into the food box, Mike. Actually, next turn he could not... I should have waited a turn here, because he could not actually cast Charm yet. He could just cast Charm now. I guess he didn't. So now I'll wait for the next turn as well. Now I heal, because now he could cast Charm again. He hasn't cast the Magic Hammer or Charm in quite some time. He's not running out of magic anytime soon at this rate. There we go, thank you. Just need to complain a little bit, remind him of his other abilities, and he will start using them again. Hopefully not too much Charm though, that would be lovely. If they pasteurize the milk, it's okay, but the typical pasteurization process kills a lot of flavor compounds. Raw milk means unpasteurized. Oh, I see, that way around. Fine, that's fair. I mean, they usually just pasteurize it to make it last longer, don't they? Which makes sense. Does Wind Slash not consume MP? No, it does not, unfortunately. That would make this so much easier if it actually did. Wind Slash is just a basic ability of Biblos. It's not a physical attack, so it does not actually knock me out of confusion, but it also does not consume magic for him, which is pretty bad for me. Also, Sonic Wave unfortunately does not consume magic. Magic Hammer. We have arrived at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 25. Magic Hammer spell costs. That is 125. The expected number is about 200 Magic Hammer spell costs. Pasteurization is for killing bacteria, right. I only want to... Actually, I didn't mean to heal there. But I generally want to heal before he can cast Charm. I'm trying to make the boss's MP drain. The short version is... whenever I were to attack the boss physically, and my only offensive move is physical, he would have a potential counterattack that uses armor on himself. Armor reduces all physical damage dealt to Biblos by half, and it never runs out, as in it will just stay there forever. So that means if he ever gets armor on himself, I will deal only half the physical damage. Considering that it takes me about 3 hours, literal 3 hours, to blink away his HP with the White Mage's physical attacks, that would take a really long time to kill him if my physical attacks only dealt half the damage. More specifically, that would be 6 hours instead of 3. So there's that. So we want to run him out of magic first before we attack, so his counterattack armor cast will actually not trigger, since he does not have enough magic to cast armor. Magic Hammer and Charm are his only attacks used that use MP, yes. Magic Hammer costs 3 MP, Charm costs 4. And if I have a bad streak of him just repeatedly using Wind Slash again and again and again, that could be really dangerous. I was actually in double-digit HP once, sometime about an hour ago. On the plus side, Wind Splash is free for Geomancers too. On the downside, it's Geomancers. Hey, I kind of like Geomancers. They look very comfy with their pajamas and stuff. Oh yeah, we actually had the idea of putting or making all the other characters into Geomancers, so they look very comfortable on the floor in the pajamas. Oh, by the way, the reason why I deal so little magic damage, physical damage, is because at this point I'm level 1. Biblos uses a spell called Sonic Wave, which reduces your character level by half. Which means, considering that physical attack damage is calculated based on your level as well, I will basically deal as much physical damage as a level 1 character, which is not a whole lot, as you might be able to imagine. All this time, Mid is just reading a book, oblivious to the battle. That's true. That's true. Also, I had Fairies run out of magic as well. Otherwise, when Fairies is confused, she just could cast armor on the boss herself by accident. Which, by the way, last time I did this, I did not recognize that that was a possibility and used an elixir once I dropped low on HP at some point, just to make sure the HP are full again. Which meant elixirs fill up both your HP and MP back to full. And that way, at some point Fairies got confused and I didn't realize that she could cast that. And she cast armor on the boss, which is the entire point of me not attacking him in the first place. Did I pick up a flail? Yes. In the ship graveyard you can pick up a flail weapon. Oopsie. Which is the best weapon you can use as a White Mage currently. Later on there will be a Morning Star, but that is not until way later. So to give you an idea, my current list of stuff contains 92... 92? No. 72 charm spell costs and 120... 100... Hang on, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 137 spell costs of Magic Hammer. Once again, the expected amount of Magic Hammer spell costs is 200. Then he will be out of magic. I remember the importance of the flail when I did my White Mage solo class challenge. Wow. Yeah, I can... yeah, definitely. The flail is such a huge upgrade compared to anything else the White Mage can use. And still, it's not particularly good. It's still really much the best thing you can have for a long time. It's actually literally the best weapon the White Mage gets until the third world, if I'm not mistaken. Or halfway through the second, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. Hey Nappa, thank you for the host. I appreciate that. The rabbit opens up the food box and gazes long into the abyss. It decreases its sanity by 1. Was that a magic hammer? I may have missed the magic hammer there. By the way, I absolutely want to avoid accidentally hitting Biblos with the healing staff. Otherwise, my entire quote-unquote work that I did at the beginning of the fight will be undone. I did actually get a flail hit for about 60 damage in before I got reduced in level so significantly. Which, as weird as that sounds, that's something like 20 rounds of combat. Oh, that was a charm. Forgot to get magic hammer from this dude. Feels bad. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Magic hammer is such a good blue magic spell. It's amazing. I love it. Spooky. Hang on. I just realized there was an error in the message for the little Rip Runners thing. It's 1 AM, not A AM. Level 2, level 48 before leaving the Earth's world. Oh my god. That's pretty high level. That is a pretty high level to say the least. Considering I think my solo character for Job Fiesta, with the team setup I had, I was something like level 40, I think? It was pretty low level in comparison. It could be charm. How are you going to start attack him? Once he is out of magic or ABP. I'm waiting until he has no more magic left. Which should be in half an hour or so, something like that. Blue magic spell you get from Deathclaw is really useful. It's nice. You can use it on certain bosses where it's worthwhile, but on those bosses you can usually also just use break and stuff. If you have that, I guess. The Sonic Wave. There, threat is here. Next one he could use a Wind Slash or a Charm. We arrived at 75 charm spell casts. The expected number of charms is 100, by the way. So we are closing in. We are in the last quarter of well, until he runs out of magic. Hey, did you ever get your SNES power issue fixed? I actually did not. It's just kind of, if I leave the SNES running for about 10 minutes, it seems to stabilize itself after a while. It's really strange. I'm not entirely sure what's up with that. You wanted 99 turtle shells, 99 of all scrolls and 99 dark matters, 4 of each of Easter ring. Oh my god, that's a lot of stuff, holy smokes. That is higher than my Berserker squad. That's amazing. Aren't turtle shells used for mixing drinks? Yes, and for many other things, like you can replicate so many spells just by using the correct thing, and even more than that. Turtle shells are a ridiculously good ingredient. Thank you for the host, Dark and Dark, I appreciate that. Both the trips were rough, but Black Flames times 5 on the Key Island helped. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I would not know what a good setup is to take out the prototypes quickly, but the 5 Black Flames are definitely a really good one. Wind Slash. So this is 100 here. We have arrived at about 150 magic hammers. Well, that's exactly 150 according to my list, which is probably not quite accurate. As in, I'm probably off by about 5 magic hammers at this point. You can't use a signal like this, God. Level of spell halving plus level 5 death kills a prototype in 1 turn. Well, that's if you hit your halving spell. Greetings, Jinx, how are you doing? But yeah, you can't just throw any scroll. I think lightning scroll is just the fastest to throw to kill the black flames. No problem. Black flames are weak to water, but that's just not necessary, I think. Wait, he could attack next with arm. Good thing I healed before that. Because charm just resets your ATP meter. For every scroll you use, you get a 500 plus skill profit. That sounds about right. I think you can actually use quite a few of those abilities that target everything and just kills everything easily. I don't actually remember what other abilities you could use. Okay, I'm glad that Light Mage actually hit itself out of confusion there. That's nice. Don't run the frogs, that's mean. Stop casting heal and heal yourself instead. By attacking yourself, that is. Hammer, keep them coming. Magic hammers are awesome. No, it doesn't work. They absorb air. All animals works. Right. But the issue is that this is not consistent, is it? Oh, I remember I did some rot breaking on the Black Flames, which is only very little profit. It's still profit, but not much. My favorite is when he casts Charm and doesn't hit. Uh-oh. Don't do this. Good, White Mage. Hit yourself out of confusion and heal yourself at the same time. Wind Slash. Ouch. More Magic Hammer, that's nice. Please use magic hammers or more, that would be lovely. Oh. Ouch. No more wind slashes, please. He can use wind slash every other turn. And then he can also attack. Uh-oh. Don't do that, Light Mage. Hit yourself out of confusion, please. Or that. Okay, that's good. This is getting into scary territory again. To an extent, because we've already gone so far. Ouch. I'm actually going to use a high potion here. Because we are really close on him running out of magic. And with really close I mean like 4/5 of the way there. I potentially didn't have to use the high potion, I could have just saved it for later. Also the question is, would it be scarier to use an elixir? I have no more high potions, by the way. Would it be scary to use an elixir and risk armoring up mid loss? Or would it be scarier to be really, really low on life? I'm not sure. Is this the slowest possible category? Solo Dancer is actually reasonably fast in comparison. The main issue a solo dancer has is that a dancer just is not consistent, and it has the lowest possible vitality stat for all the characters. But other than that, it's actually not too bad. It's still at a reasonable pace, because you can use decent weapons, and dance is actually quite a fine command for many boss fights. Is Solo Circuit impossible? It's technically possible, yes. The thing about Solo Berserker is that no human has ever done that, in a sense. As in, what I have done is I used a SNES and NX emulator with speed up and went with a Solo Berserker all the way to XDEF. That took me about 200 in-game hours to do. And that ignores the many resets and deaths I had on many bosses. But the Solo Berserker was on something like level 96 in the end. And that was pretty much as good as it gets with having chances to defeat new XDEF. Which, by the way, the chances are so low, it's technically possible. Someone has created a bot script and just let it run until it finally defeated new XDEF. It's technically possible, but the chances are so low that you probably don't want to do that as a human player. Not even I want to do that. At least not in real time. Maybe. If you would like to have a better insight on what the Solo Berserker quest is about, I can recommend you read up on sola.com, that is Sola with 3 L's, on the Solo Berserker report, which has a very accurate description on the journey Sola had to get through the game with a Solo Berserker until Neo XDEF. That is 50, 60, 70. We are at 172 magic hammers. About 30-ish more. Hey, he has not used threat in a long time, has he? I remember not hearing that sound in a long time now. It's sola.com with... Give me a second, I'll just link you. I actually really like reading up on those solo reports. He did an amazing job on just basically writing diaries or logs about that. It's a really, really good read. Can highly recommend it on pretty much all the solo character challenges. Which is also where the idea of doing a solo character challenge for the White Mage comes from, by the way. It's just something rather absurd to do, but still reasonable in a sense, at least. My definition of reasonable. Dread. Right, that was that already. Now we heal. More magic hammers. We have arrived at 170. Oh, did he just cast magic hammer and was out of MP? I think I might have miscounted severely. Did he just cast magic hammer and was out of MP? Sonic Wave does not cast magic. But essentially, I want him to cast magic hammer. There. That was the last one. That was the last one. I think we can switch over, guys. He has not enough MP for Charm, and he should not have enough MP for Magic Hammer now. Windslash still doesn't cost magic, but hey. In before Solo Berserker, no say a single segment becomes a category. That is virtually impossible. Not enough MP. So the only bad thing that can happen now is that he were to use Windslash every other turn. But for that, I could now use Elixirs. Using Elixirs now is fine, because he no longer can confuse me, so I will no longer have the risk of putting him into armor status. Which means I finally get to hit him. Well, that was a good debut. So 30% of the time the flail misses. That's just how the weapon works. Plus I think Biblos has some additional evasion. So that does not help our case. And that's why just a single swing with 60 damage at the beginning of the fight saves me so much time that it was worth resetting over. In theory, I wanted to get in about 3 hits, but then I started to realize, wait a second, 3 hits is kind of unlikely to get. I just went with 1 instead. Windslash. And this is kind of what we are doing now. We are just healing up, and as soon as I'm in safe range, as in he tries to use Thread or Magic Hammer or something like that, I will actually be able to just hit him. Come on, cut it out on the Windslashes. How did Secret now go down? Well, it went down from yesterday. That helps. Because I need to reset the secret eventually. 30 damage! Wow, that was a high roll, actually. I'm not even joking. It does not automatically reset once it reaches 100. I have to manually reset it actually. Oh, 44 damage. Wow. That's so much damage. Oh, well now we need to heal for about 10 more turns until we can do something. I'm taking the menus deliberately a little bit slow, by the way. You should be able to script it to auto-reset, of course. It's just something that Swinder, who created the bot, didn't think about initially, and he probably would want to reset it, so it's not implemented. And I don't think it's enough of an issue that I would want to block him with that. He has enough things to do currently. I mean, eventually we'll arrive, guys. Eventually. That's the theory anyways. Right now there is virtually no risk anymore, as long as I don't accidentally use the healing stuff on Biblos, that is. And for anyone curious, he has 3600 health total. We did about 200 damage so far. By the way, on a completely random note, my PC recently has the issue that it does not actually shut down all the way anymore, as in it just seems to be hanging on the shutdown screen, the blue one. I have Windows 7. Does anyone know what that might be caused by? It is kind of weird. How long has this fight been going? About 2-ish hours now? I think that's kind of accurate. And good insect sign. How's it going? How much longer does this fight go? I would expect another 2 hours. I think. Then we finally get to move on to the next boss, who I don't have to run out of magic, but I still will not deal much more damage. It's going good, glad to hear that. $120 hits. Yeah, I mean, also it's 120 hits. On top of me missing about, I think it's more like 40% miss chance, really, if you think about it. So only hitting 60% of the time. And then I need to heal myself for about 3 turns for every single attack, on average. So what is that? About 600 rounds of combat? Then I need to make sure to not accidentally heal Biblos. 40 damage! Wow! That's so much damage! By the way, in theory I could just use Ram Watch to check the boss's HP, but I'd rather have a little bit of suspense. Until... we get through there. I mean, the other three characters have been napping since quite a while. I feel like I would want to do that too sometime. And yes, gods, he is finally out of magic. And we are allowed to attack him, since he can no longer cast rain or armor. He can just evade our attacks though. And still use Wind Slash, so we need to heal up pretty frequently. Also, he acts about 2.5 times per every action we take, so we need to potentially heal up multiple turns before we can attack him again. Oh, yes again. So we could take bets. Do you think I'm going to defeat the boss here before or after we reach 17 hours on the timer? Rabbi rumps a toasty toast. A tasty toast. Crunch, crunch. Nice. And grinning Speed Dragon, thank you for the good luck. I can definitely use that. The one thing I did, compared to what Sola did not do in his Solo Berserker challenge, is I actually beat Necrophobia with a Solo Berserker. I was lucky to beat him, but I did beat him. With a very specific setup. I used the Bone Mail, so I would get healed by instant death spells. And then I used the... Oh, I can actually attack. Wow. And then I used the Assassin's Dagger to potentially reflect... I used the Assassin's Dagger to potentially reflect the death proc back at my character from the little barriers to heal him to full before going against the second form of Necrophobia, or the second phase, so to speak. And I was super lucky in my battle where Necrophobia decided to use his instant death spell against my Solo Berserker as well, basically just before he died. And so that's why I won that battle with my Solo Berserker too. It was a lot of luck, obviously, which that's just kind of how it goes in the Solo Berserker, but only about 3 or 4 attempts necessary to get there, which was not too bad. So let's put it this way, I would not do a Solo Berserker on stream without emulator speed up. But what I've contemplated on doing is just getting a Final Fantasy V cartridge. I've contemplated getting a Final Fantasy V cartridge and then start a Solo Berserker run just on console while I was doing other stuff once in a while. Just because why not? Let's see how far I can get. My goal would be to start being able to do attempts at defeating Neo-X-Death. One thing that I've tried against Neo-X-Death, by the way, was have my Berserker get minute. As in, I literally spend like 3 or 4 hours, real-time hours, getting my Berserker minute. So I would have a lot more physical evasion, and then I use the Aegis Shield in combination with that to reach something like 80% physical evasion to take a lot less damage from the physical portion of the attack from Neo-X-Death. The idea was, normally your attack power is set to 0 when you do that, so you deal no physical damage anymore. The idea was that I'm just relying on the Earthquake anyways. As in the Earthquake proc. The issue with the Earthquake proc was, however, that unfortunately, for some reason, if you are minute, the Earthquake just straight up doesn't proc. More specifically, it doesn't proc against the boss. It actually does proc in random battles when you're minute. That was quite a bummer. Spent so much time getting my Berserker minute, because you have to just find the correct enemy that actually hits your super over-leveled Berserker before the Berserker decides to kill off the enemy. And then you go back to the boss without getting killed along the way. Only it were possible to get running shoes this early in the game. Technically speaking, you can get the haste buff from a time mage relatively early. But yeah, that would be amazing, then you would be completely immune to the slow effect, on top of being twice as quick. So for anyone who has not caught on, that spiderweb thing that Biblos does, that's a slow, and it's one of the big reasons as to why I'm so much slower than Biblos himself. And greetings, Operator Theory. It's ludicrous that this boss fight is still going on, and it will still be going on for at least an hour, more like 2. I only recently started being able to attack him, Operator Theory. Now we are slowly working through his 3600 health pool. "36 damage, 1% closer to death." Yep. 14 damage. Less than 0.5% closer to death. Thank you, Exine. Appreciate that. Can you imagine I accidentally attack him with the healing stuff? That would mean something like 10 minutes time lost. Actually, it's more like 15 minutes. Which is why I do that. I take the menu so slowly. And also, rather often don't even remember which button I have equipped, since I was just thinking about other things. So I check every time before I use it. Whoa, PJ's not hosting it. Good evening, everybody. I wonder whether that's an auto host. Either way, I hope you're doing well over there. Good evening, how's it going? And thank you for the host, PJ. We are still whittling away on Biblos' HP. We managed to run him out of MP, and now eventually he will be running out of HP too. Ouch. I mean, that's if we can actually attack without having to heal ourselves. Wait, is this the... hang on. What is this? I wonder where the thing will pop up. Give me a second. Need to check something real briefly. Alrighty. That kind of works-ish. Right, sorry. Where was I? Okay, use the flail because we have 762 HP. Just checking, still have a flail equipped, that's good. Mustache bike! Mustache. Either way, thank you so much for subscribing and supporting me for 4 runs in a row. Thank you so much, sir. How are you doing? Happy to be part of the stream. Thanks for the entertainment. Thank you for being really awesome. 4 months already. Thank you so much, Master Craig. Really appreciate that. Am I winning? Yes, slowly but surely. Unless I make a ridiculous mistake, there is no way for me to lose anymore. It just takes a while to win. And yeah, greetings to you, Master Craig, thank you again. Greetings to you, Renault Plus, Ada, ID Insane, and everybody else. I hope you're having a lovely evening. Time goes by fast indeed. Jaga Tortoise. Tortoise? Turtle! I like turtles. Slow and steady and I'm winning the race, indeed. And it's unlikely that I will get hit by a truck along the way. Although that still can happen, but it would be entirely my own fault. Bonk on the head, indeed. It's such a nice sound effect, isn't it? Aren't there one-hit KO abilities in this game that monsters use? Yep, some of them there are. Some of them there are, but you can't technically get past all of them. Against some, it's just pure luck to get past them. To be completely blunt about it. Some of them are technically avoidable, but not for all classes. For example, the White Mage does not have a surefire way to avoid instant kill spells like White Hole, like other classes have with their Aegis shield, for example, since he cannot use a shield. But White Mage has a spell called Shell, which reduces all spell damage taken by 50% and increases the decreases the likelihood of status changing spells like, well, White Hole to hit by 50%. So you can't just get past those spells by being lucky, and increasing your chance of being lucky, that is. It's really mostly about luck in that case. So many wind slashes. For example, this is just kind of bad for me. In theory, Biblos could kill me if he were to just only use Wind Slash every other turn, because he can only use it every other turn, and then attack in the meantime. But that is so unlikely to happen. Plus, I still have elixirs in case I need to heal myself. Yeah, shelling decreases the chance of getting hits by status effects by half. The best example of a luck-based run is the Quad Circle run. Pretty much, yeah. Although if you have a good strategy, you reduce the amount of luck you need. But you still need luck. Hey, I can actually attack him next turn. Nice. Blink. He tried to cast armor, he does not have enough MP. Aww. Which is the by the way, imagine I would deal half the damage I'm dealing right now. Because he would have armor. Currently does not have armor. I'm dealing 12 damage, sometimes up to 40. And 40% of the time I'm just straight up missing. Atmos will be fun. Atmos is the reason why I will be farming 99 elixirs before I move on from the first world. Hey, 36 damage. Wind Slash. But yeah, as I said, Atmos is the entire reason why I need 99 elixirs. The way to defeat Atmos as a white mage is to run him out of magic. You can survive meteors, but you need elixirs to heal up sufficiently. Ironically, the healing class, the pure healing class in this game, does not have access to the strongest healing spell by the time you fight Atmos yet, and so you can straight up not out-heal with natural means. You need elixirs to survive that. And that's going to be the plan to defeat Atmos. By the way, I'm not the first one to do this challenge. I've actually read the solo report by T-Hawk, and that's kind of why I know those things, or what I'm preparing for that matter. Otherwise I would be running straight into Atmos without much of a plan. And greetings, origami player. How did the Secret Mother girl only go yesterday? Well, I did not actually finish, unfortunately. It turns out I messed up too much. And I got killed by probably forgetting to equip my armor between Buffy and Dressslime, and it was already really late, so I decided to call it for the day. Also, I realized that, well, the multi-barrel hit attack does not work with the girl, at least not with that setup. So unfortunately we did not have access to that. And Yoko come lost. Yes, that's exactly what we are going to do. That's exactly what we are doing right here. We already spent 2 hours running him out of magic, so we deal not half the damage that we deal right now. That's exactly what we're doing. Just running him out of magic. It takes a while, but eventually we'll arrive. Well, a while is an understatement. I think it took T-Hawk just under 3 hours to... from when he was out of magic to finally defeat Biblos. And actually, it's not in one piece to go for 15 hours origami player. I don't do this in a single segment setting. You could say it's segmented in a sense. But I'm not going on at this for 15 hours straight already. And greetings Tactical, welcome home. I mean, it requires a lot of patience, each individual battle. But I'm not quite that insane that trying to do this in one go. Not usually anyways. Final Fantasy V, White Mage only a %. Record attempts when? I mean, segmented wise, this is going to be likely the record? Question mark? Probably actually not, considering Tiago was likely faster in a sense. But hey, who knows? I mean, can you imagine doing a marathon stream like this just to get a White Mage solo challenge completed? That would be slightly insane. Only slightly though. I mean, there have been people that were doing the desert bus in a marathon setting. I think that White Mage is probably slightly less insane. At least if you have multiple people working on it. Only slightly though. Alrighty. And yes, Jan Rishatum, welcome back. This will take about another 2 hours, I imagine. Especially if we keep missing. The fact that it's all possible, I agree with you, Hactico. It's really fascinating. Don't accidentally attack Biblos with a healing staff. That would mean that would take about 10 minutes longer. Or 15. Maybe even 20, depending on how lucky or unlucky we get. $16 damage. That's not even 0.5%. Wait for Final Fantasy XII Remaster. There will be 4 PS in that game too. Oh. I think I don't really know much about Final Fantasy XII at all. Is this the one where the guy with the afro and the guns is just dancing the entire time? Instead of battling properly? That's probably the thing that bugged me the most about that Final Fantasy I'm thinking about. I don't even know which number it is. It's literally just that guy is dancing instead of battling. Why? Come on. I understand being flashy and awesome with swords and stuff like that, but with guns? That is so inefficient. That's 13? Okay. Okay. Sounds way better then. Oh boy. I'm not entirely sure why I even get annoyed that much by it, by the way. I'm not sure. It's just kind of... Why do you dance? Just aim properly and get a critical hit instead, please. Obviously that's not how games work, but you get what I mean. Love is the one where the main character has spray on apps. I mean, if you like that kind of thing, why not? The entire game is a hallway? I mean, that's a lot of games, really. I don't mind hallways. That's just me. I don't know enough about the Zodiac shop system in 12 to make this say. I've never even finished 12 developer before. I may sound a little fuzzy, but I believe the Zodiac system is basically 12 or 13 separate license boards. Dance Dissin Gankata? I have no idea who Gankata is. Is that the guy with the afro? It's just kind of... Why? Don't do that. It's a similar vein as Why do you need to do front and back flips when attacking with your sword? Okay, I guess at least you get more momentum into your swing, but that still seems highly inefficient. Only problem with 12 IZJS is that once you are a job, you're stuck with that job forever. You are? Only if we could do 4 ability fiestas for Final Fantasy X. Only get learning ability for each character that are determined. 16 ability fiestas. Old games, hallway is a literally hallway. New games, hallway is a corridor with pseudo branches at the end of which you find a blocked entrance with something like boxes, rubble, or something like that. Yeah, I guess. Essentially, the blocked passages give you a little bit of a preview. By the way, 44 damage! Yeah. It gives you a little bit of a preview on what you are going to be able to see. Although, one of the most notorious examples that I remember from recent-ish memory is in Dark Souls 2, where you need to either defeat some bosses or through some other means defeat acquire, I think, 1 million souls to be able to go through a temple in order to progress further. Instead of being to literally just step over a small pile of rubble on the right hand side of the temple to progress further. Which is kind of ridiculous, if you think about it. It's just kind of, why can't my character not climb that little piece of rubble? I mean, speedrunners figured out a way around it, but still, that's not what I'm getting at. Either way, I don't mind hallways or games that just kind of lead you in that specific direction. They can still be really good games. And in fact, personally I generally prefer them even, because I easily get lost most of the time. Libra, Steel, Mach and Firaga. Have fun. I like Libra actually. Steel is really handy for Mach as well. So this solo challenge you can't get Holy because it would require others. I will actually get Holy. I will just use a second solo white mage for the Fork Tower. And somewhere just power level Galuf. Hey, I get to attack again sometime. And yes, what Silgisim says, usually the solo challenge thing makes an exception for the Fork Tower. In my case I will just use level up a second white mage in form of Galuf for the Fork Tower instead. Or well, I guess Car ride will be later. Spoilers. I don't know about Dark Souls 3 at all. I have to yet play it. I've basically avoided all the spoilers for Dark Souls 3. Eventually I will need to find some people that are willing to moderate the channel for me, so I can just stream and play Dark Souls 3. But I don't have a rush for that. But I definitely want to play that sometimes. I really enjoy the type of difficulty in Dark Souls games. Small stairs are the hardest bosses. One of my favorite areas in Dark Souls 1 is in Anor Londo, when you go over on the high ceiling there in the art gallery room, whatever you call that thing. Just up there, being up there, gave me a little sense of vertigo, and I love that in games. It's really awesome. Think about it though, can you pass through invisible walls in real life? I think not. I mean, those are usually called windows, and you have other means to surround them. Sure you can. Does the description of fighting mechanics and PvP experience considered spoiler? Technically yes. But if you keep it vague enough, it will be fine. The Undershot Tomb, if you would like to mention something from it. No Riku 12 ability Fiesta. Huh. Personally, I never liked using mix and combine in Final Fantasy 12. It's just kind of... I was too lazy to learn all of those things. As in which combinations of stuff would do which things. Plus, keep in mind... Wow, 2 wind slashes before I could do anything. Keep in mind, I've only been able to play up until Anima, as in Seymour Anima fight, when I had to return the PlayStation 2 console from my neighbor. Could you please not do that? Either way, always simulators I'm fine with. I don't even mind too much if the game gives me 2 options, but both options lead to the same result in the end. Because, for me, the interesting portion is, in the end, which options do I choose, and not what kind of result it has. Because the result is just kind of... that's world building. If the game is good, no matter which result it's going to be, it will be an interesting story in the end. A slightly cracked egg. Super careful, then just romps it. Walls of Air are 1/5 creatures with Defender and Flying. Oh, 1/5 creatures. Wow. Wait, they even have attack stats? I guess that kind of makes sense. Magic ahoy. What, you completed this challenge before? No, I have not. Someone called T-Hawk had completed the solo white mage challenge before and wrote a blog about it, or well, a report, you could say, with screenshots and description and all that jazz. I don't think there is a video completion of it so far. If there is, I actually have not checked, there might be. I tried to make it more like Bloodborne, but remain Dark Souls' more slow-paced fighting way. Result is not good. Oh. Now, some other guys will say otherwise. No, it's just a rollfest, and any non-rollfest tactics are very hard to pull off. I see. That's unfortunate. On the other hand, if I'm completely honest with you, Johnny Chatham, I feel like Dark Souls, at least once I started to realize how rolling works, was already a roll fest for me, in most instances. To be fair, I always had to extremely well time my rolls, in Dark Souls 1 and 2 for the most part, but I assume when you say roll fest is that you just kind of roll repeatedly until you are out of danger, instead of having to time your roll, is that what you mean? Which would be rather unfortunate, to say the least. Major problem with DS3 is that Poise literally does nothing and they don't plan fixing the bug with it. Oh wow. That's really unfortunate. To be fair, I didn't plan on using anything with Poise for the most part, but I was really glad it existed in Dark Souls 1 because I had no clue about the mechanics otherwise. Once I actually bothered to figure out where the iframes in the roll are, I felt pretty overpowered in Dark Souls 1. I believe it. The thing is, I did not know about iframes in rolls until once I fought a specific boss. I think that was That was the wolf boss. 2pair62, thank you for the host. I appreciate that. The earliest I figured out that there is actually invulnerability flames during your roll was during that wolf fight, where I finally started to learn, hey, that sword clearly passed through my character. I guess there is actually invulnerability involved there. Roll fest in Dark Souls 1 and 2 was an option, not a requirement. I've played medium weight in Dark Souls 1, heavy weight in Dark Souls 2. In Dark Souls 3, neither of my styles was an option. They quickly became more frustration than fair failures because of poison overall spam crap. That is really unfortunate. I see now what you mean. I've actually never relied on poise much at all in Dark Souls 1 or 2, so I would not even know. So there's the possibility it will not feel much different for me, because I never used poise. But yeah, if that's not an option, if it was an option in 1 and 2, then I feel like that might be a mistake. It's super heavyweight in Dark Souls 1. My plan for Dark Souls 3 was basically, I'm going to use a two-handed weapon, no more shield, and just try to dodge and roll everything. Essentially my first playthrough of both Dark Souls 1 and 2 was with sword and board for the most part. Dark Souls 1 a lot more so. And eventually I played a lot of Dark Souls 2 just kind of with a friend of mine. And one of the weapons I started to really like. There is a weapon that has a special move if you put it in your left hand that just does a front flip and a swing. And I started to really like those kinds of weapons with those kinds of interesting movement options that are also attacks. And so I started to experiment more and more with those and stopped using shields more and more. In Dark Souls 3, every hit on you sends you into stagger. Also, shields now consumes loads more stamina. Ow. Yeah, that's not so happy. I think he gets to potentially throw another wind slash at me here. Ouch. You know what? I'm just going to use an elixir. I don't even mind. That just completely avoids all risk of him using multiple super damaging attacks against me. Greetings, Wall50, how's it going? More wind slashes. I'm getting tired. I'm already tired since a while, if that counts for anything. You're starting Dark Souls 2, planning on using a sorcery but might just end up with big weapon plus armor again. Good luck, Reno Plus. I actually intended to just go outright cleric type thingy in Dark Souls 2, and I ended up actually doing that. Which turns out is pretty powerful. In a sense, I actually was kind of missing the thing that I did in Dark Souls 1, where I basically had no idea how magic worked and just completely ignored it for the most part. And I didn't know how upgrade weapons and different weapons and strength and all that jazz worked. And ignored for it for the most part. I was using something like a +5 or +6 scimitar for the longest time. And I defeated pretty much everything except for fighting for about 2 or 3 hours against that knight dude in the arena, in one of the DLC expansion thingies. that is where, unfortunately, I realized, hey, I should upgrade my weapon. And I still kind of regret actually upgrading my weapon nowadays. Because I almost killed him with a super weak weapon, just by getting better and better and better, and did not end up doing that actually. You like smashing stuff. Hey, smashing stuff can be awesome. Why the stress of a white mage solo? Well, I mean, for some people it might be weirdly relaxing, Squall. It is for me. I get to talk with people that are around here and also chat with them once in a while. Just talk about various things and don't have to worry about speedrunning, which is what I normally do. Which is actually quite taxing on your mind. This one I just kind of lean back, relax, and don't do much. Except for inputting commands, that is. I've played almost the entire game with Guts Ultra Great Sword, but never finished DLCs. I've broken on a fume night. You've been broken on a fume night. I don't know what the Ultra Great Sword does specifically, I've never used it. But I remember the fume night being quite a monster. But an enjoyable challenge to me anyways. To be fair, I've actually never fought the fume night all by myself. I've always, for a long time, just kind of dabbled into Dark Souls 2 with a friend of mine. Just kind of somewhat playing co-op for the most part, which was very awesome too. But it's not the same type of challenge. But still very enjoyable. Oh, 18 damage is exactly 0.5% of his maximum HP. Oh, okay. Big, heavy, slow, a lot of damage, and I've played all bosses in solo. Fume Knight just way too hard in solo. Oh. That kind of makes me want to go back and actually fight him on my own. The one thing I really remember about that area where the Fume Knight is in is the mimics. Just kind of... I hate mimics. They get me every time. Not really every time anymore, actually, because I started to slash just every single chest. When I played through the 2D Dark Souls-like game... Wait a second. Sultan Sanctuary, I almost hit myself there. I hit literally every chest before I opened it, just because I figured, well, there must be a mimic eventually. And something like after 6 or 7 hours of gameplay, I finally encountered, yep, there's a mimic, kill it. Hey 2-bit marksman, thank you for the good luck. How are you doing, sir? Wonder if you can use a strong plus sorcerer build at all. Probably. Percentage of killing plays is 93%. I see. That's not even 99% though. That's okay. Yeah, definitely makes me want to go back. Although, I kind of want to go back to the other guy even more than that. And just defeat him with something like a +6 scimitar. I don't even know what his name was. Aristoteles or something? No. No. What was the knight guy's name in Dark Souls 1? You know, the master of the little wolf. Artorias, there we go. That is the name. Wind Slash and only to heal again. So here's an issue. I think he can attack twice now. And another Wind Slash potentially here. Alright. We are fine. Otherwise I might have used another elixir. And yes, he has no longer any MP. We waited 2 hours until he ran out of magic. And greetings MTI, how are you doing, sir? Actually, we are no longer stalling this guy out, MTI. We are just trying to hit him, but I need to heal up so much, and I'm level 1, so I don't deal a whole lot of damage. The stalling already happened. We waited 2 hours until he ran out of magic, so he could not counterattack with armor, and reduce our damage output by half. And greetings, X Crimson, how are you doing? Quick fight? By no means, no. So currently I'm on a streak of really bad luck, where he just decides to use Wind Slash over and over again, without me being able to do anything in between. Doing okay, glad to hear that. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. You NPCs have exhaustible mana in SNES Final Fantasies. At least in this one they do. I don't know about previous ones. Or later ones for that matter. No clue. I find it pretty cool that enemies have their own mana pool. Me too. I love just crippling enemies so they can't do anything anymore and then defeating them afterwards. Don't ask me why. That's just the kind of playstyle I prefer. Could you please stop using Wind Slash every other turn? By the way, every other turn is the earliest he can use Wind Slash. There, you could use spells that don't work. A 1 in 3 chance to do that after all. They do in Final Fantasy 1? Are you sure? Hey, thank you for not spamming Wind Slash anymore, I appreciate that. Have a little flail to the head. Funny over my year or so, staying up crazy amounts of hours, sleeping whenever finally deciding on normal weekly schedule of going to bed between. Nice, that sounds awesome, Edge Crimson. Glad to hear that. That sounds really awesome. Something crumble under fear and pressure. Now we just whittle him down, eventually he will fall. That's the plan. He can act about 2.5 times, which means one turn he can act twice and then the other turn he can act 3 times before I can act once. I decided to just use Wind Slash again. Wind Slash is a 1 out of 3 chance every second turn. So Wind Slash. something like 4 times in a row now. Magic Hammer. Wind Slash. Wow, Sonic Wave. Nice, thank you. White Mage goes rum rum. I don't think that's what a White Mage does. White Mage does not deal emotional damage. He does physical damage, but just very pitiful one. First you destroy their hope of victory and make them look like you slowly beat them to death. That's sadistic. I guess that's not wrong. I guess it is not wrong. But hey, if the game gives me the option to do that, that's really awesome. I'm the kind of person who would rather set up for 20 minutes in a boss fight until I have stabilized and there is no chance of losing anymore, and then attack the boss for 2 or 3 minutes until he crumbles, instead of just attacking him straight up for 2 or 3 minutes while barely keeping alive, then winning in the end. Although that's not usually how speedruns work. You flail your opponents to death. Plink, plink, plink. That's way too quick. More like plink. 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 Or, well, miss. And that's only if I actually can attack and don't have to heal in between, like I have to know. And if I ever accidentally heal him, that means I lose something like 15 or 20 minutes of progress. Yep. Wind Slash. Wind Slash. Wind Slash. Wind Slash. Wind Slash. Imagine you accidentally used MP Restore on him. That would be pretty bad, wouldn't it be? That would be really bad, in fact. Let's not do that. I don't even know how elixirs would work on enemies, by the way. I have no clue. Could you please stop using Wind Slash? That would be lovely. Thank you. Hey, I get to attack once. Wing. Yep, I'm level 1 right now. Since a long time, in fact. At the beginning of the battle, I actually managed to hit Biblos for about 60 damage, which was a low damage roll at the time. Now 46 damage is my highest damage roll. Hey, I can attack him again. Awesome. 38 damage! That's more than 1% of his maximum health. That's amazing. Have you ever tried speedrunning a barbarian in Diablo 2? It's very similar to this one here. It's a slight difference of there is less decision making. This one Barbarian is just really slow too. Which is ironic, which... Actually it's not that ironic. Barbarian is basically the Berserker class of Diablo 2. I guess there is not really a white mage class. Is this the hardest fight in the run because of gear? No. It's one of the hardest actually. It's arguably the second hardest fight in the game actually. I imagine this is what the main character in the Shawshank Redemption felt like. All it takes is time and pressure. Wow, I have no idea what that thing is about. But yeah, it is one of the most lengthy fights. Actually, I think it might be the most lengthy fight in the entire solo white mage challenge, but it's not the most difficult one overall, in a sense that there is one more fight that will take even longer than this one here. What is Shawshank Redemption, by the way? For some reason, an image of a cartoony brawler with rather high violence popped up in my head. Is it that one? He attacked me 3 times before I could do anything. But hey, physical attacks are fine because 30% of the time I dodge them. Mr. Andy Duvrazne, if you're pleased. Shawshank is a movie about a prison. Fantastic. Oh, alright. Sorry. I'm not terribly... Ouch. Literate? I'm not even sure that's the correct word in movie stuff. By the way, when we start seeing Biblos use Drain as a counter move whenever I'm attacking him, that means he will be, I think, under 1000 HP. Although I have to admit, I don't know how much exactly it is. Actually, let me start looking that up real quick. Final Fantasy 5 Algor. Algorithms. Let's see, Biblos. Oh, let's see, Biblos. His AI script goes as follows: Threat, Hammer, Fight. Fight, Charm, Wind Slash. Hammer, Fight, Threat. Sonic Wave, Wind Slash, Fight. Wait, what? Hang on. Or when he's under 800 HP, he will start using Drain as one of his counteract abilities. 800 it is, guys. So when we start seeing Drain, it will only be 800 HP left. Which means that is only a quarter of his maximum health left over. What I think of is Shank. Oh, alright. I mean, it almost sounds the same, right? Oh, by the way, I'm not saying a whole lot because currently I have a bit of a stuffed nose, which is rather irritating. So I mute my microphone. Shawshank is a fantastic movie. I highly recommend it, based on the novel by Stephen King. I see. Stephen King has few non-horror novels. I actually only know Stephen King from thrillers and stuff. I didn't even realize he was mainly a horror author, I guess. Interesting. Oh, alright, Endless Tundra. Take care, make sure you look left and right before crossing the street, and good luck on your trip. I'm not sure how long it takes you, but this might take another hour or so, at least. At least that's my expectation. So take your time. It might be almost done then. Top 10 movies of all time for you, for sure. That sounds pretty good. What is the genre about, by the way, as in... what can you expect when you watch the movie? Yep, we haven't really missed it. Would this run be possible with single segment, no breaks? Single segment without saving? Technically possible, yes, but I don't think it would be reasonable. As in, you would have to be willing to stay up for 60, 70 hours? That's my assumption anyways. It might be longer than that. I don't recommend anyone doing the single segment on their own time. Not even I would do that, to be honest. I like sleeping too much, that is. No bathroom breaks? No, I don't think that would be possible. No sleep break, maybe, but no bathroom breaks is not really an option. No food or water breaks. No, let's not do that. It's a 1940s piece that takes place almost entirely within a prison. Narrated by Morgan Freeman. It's actually very similar to the Green Mile in structure. Alright. I have to admit, I've never really watched the Green Mile either. Actually never watched it. No, at all. Hey, that's nice. You can keep using those spells that don't do anything. That's awesome. No, Mike, we ran him out of magic so far, so that's progress. And now we are plinking away at his health, slowly but surely. I think we are doing this since about... a bit more than an hour, I think, as in the attacking portion, that is. Welcome back. I hope your nap was... what's the word? Fruitful. Also, random reminder to stop slouching in your chair. Sit up straight. Good. You overestimate the white mage's damage. Yep. And accuracy, for that matter. Okay. I still have to flame it for some reason. It goes through about 20 years of time they shared in prison. Could be quite fascinating, to say the least. How did I know you were slouching? Because that's what we all do all the time, isn't it? Well, probably not all of us. But I feel like most of us are guilty to do that something like 90% of the time. Including me. It's more of a reminder for myself. I figured I might as well say it out loud. Isn't Galuf better choice, as Krill gets better bonuses than Ferris? Maybe. I don't think it makes much of a difference. I just like Ferris the most. The main reason why you would not use Galuf/Krill as your main character is because they leave your party for an extended period of time at the end of World 1, so you would need to use other characters to deal with the bosses around there. I mean, Mike, I'm healing something like 90% of the turns and then get to attack once or twice, maybe. So of course this takes a really long time. Yep, Folsom, we are already on this since... how long? When did we start? My stream timer says I'm online since about 3 hours and 40 minutes. So about 3.5 hours we are sitting on this boss already. That's about 1.5 more hours until we will arrive, at least statistically speaking. As long as I don't make a mistake and accidentally kill the boss, that is. XF could have probably taken over the entire universe by now. I feel like that is kind of accurate. Or is it? I mean, if you think about it, the other guy that we are actually looking for in the library here is still reading his book unaware that we are in here too, fighting this monster since 3.5 hours. What was his name? I've even forgot what his name was. Magic hammer, not an FMP. Oh. Hey, I actually get the attack when almost full of health. That's nice. And I miss, as usual. Miss. Hey, he misses too. In damage, that's 0.5% of his max health. Only 200 more attacks of this to deplete his HP fully. Wow. We're making progress, guys. We are making progress. Wow, that's an entire percent of his health gone. So many misses. Ferris is dodging like a champion right now. Well, for the most part anyways. And so is Biblos. Exactly, MTI. By the way, for anyone who does not know who Mr. MTI is, he's a really chill guy. Has been around in the speedrunning community since a long time. Kind of retired-ish a little bit, but he's still around. If you like a chill stream, follow him. He also did some 4-shot fiestas once in a while. He was also one of the first people to do a 4 Berserker run in one of the 4-shot fiesta settings. So there's that. Hey Lysup, how are you doing? Good evening. Wow. Iblos is really nice right now, except that we don't hit anyways. What patience I have? About 7. How are you doing? I did. This is a dope idea for Final Fantasy stream, Kyo. Thank you, Japanese Bean. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, you already put out the report for this year's 4-shot fiesta? Actually, I have not even checked. Darkling, thank you for the holster. I appreciate that. You're fine. Glad to hear that, Lysup. I'm doing quite excellent, thank you. Let's see. 4-shot fiesta. I'm curious how many of the Berserkers finished. It's almost 2/3 of a year until the next 4-shot fiesta. I wish that was right now. How is the challenge going? Quite fine. We have gotten past the dangerous portion of Biblos, which is running him out of magic, and now we're just plinking away on his health. I feel like we are more than halfway through already. Probably. Once he starts using Drain, or try to use Drain as a counter-attack, we should be through. I'm not sure how many people really knew what they were getting with a quad circle. I sure didn't. Fair. I mean, I saw you play it, so I knew based on that what I was getting into. What I should not have done is do the quad circle on the PlayStation version. I really don't think that was a smart choice. 44 damage! Whoa! I ran him out of AP, yeah, Startlink. Otherwise he would be countering with armor, which reduces my physical damage output by half, which by the way is pitiful in the first place already and will take about 3 hours to plink away his HP, which means he would take 6 hours to plink away his HP instead. Yes, already commitment issue. Ouch, 2 wind slash in a row. The infographics been out for a while. Do you have a link? I don't seem to be able to find it right now. You were lucky with Neo XDev, only took 8 to 10 tries. Nice. I actually only had technically 2 real attempts on XDev until it worked out for me. I was super lucky too. Sandworm is an interesting fight, yep. The main issue about Sandworm is that it's not just 2 dead targets, it's actually 3. 6. 6? 5. 5, 6? Either way, it's a lot more. The chance to miss is a lot higher than you would initially anticipate because of dead targets. Oh, you mean Sandworm with the White Mage? That will just take a while. It's not going to be anything too dramatic. Because the Flail actually ignores roll penalty. So that's pretty good. That was over 1% of his maximum health. Indeed. Oh, thank you, Elysium. Let me check that out. Don't forget to attack once in a while. Oh. Try to attack anyways. And then we heal again. So let's see, what do we have here? Porch Up Fiesta infographic picture. I think I need to heal again. 700 players went to play another run. Wait, that was last year's data. This year it was 1,679 people to do at least 2 runs apparently. That's impressive. The shop fair itself raised $1,295. That is 165, more than last year. Nice. Wow. The Yamagai completed 30 runs, defeating Neo XDev and Shinryu every time. That's amazing. 120 chops, 15 dragoons, not a single night or a night of sleep. Right. That's pretty crazy. This is some marvelous data. And then we have Just Unfair. Pure chaos made mime and freelancer more prevalent. Let's see, we have over 2,000 berserkers this year, it seems. You had a dragoon. I see. I had a dragoon too, I think. But the other guy who did over 30 runs didn't have a single Dragoon apparently. Actually, not a single Knight it was, wasn't it? No, types of runs total. 5,311 it was in total. Regular were the most, and then... I see. Reg Pure Chaos was rather high. Which is what I ran for the most part too. 44 damage! Oh my god. It's amazing. The traditional most common and least common job set, which becomes harder to quantify each year. Most common job set was Black Mage Berserker Bard Dance. Popular. And the least common job set, two had it both won. That was Thief, Summoner, Beastmaster and Dragoon. Most common job amongst the players who beat all three bosses was the Bard, not Chemist. And the least common job amongst players who beat all three bosses was the Monk. Nice streak continues. Poor Monk job. 1-2, that's still okay. Wind Slash. So the secret mode, of which there were 30 runs. What could it be? Shh, no telling. Just a ton of Berserker images there. Ouch. Getting kind of low here. Not happy about that. But there were 60% of the runs actually finished with the Quad Berserker. That's pretty impressive. That's nice. To be fair, everybody chose to go Quad Berserker in those categories. That's pretty nice. Nice, very nice. Thank you, Thelisium, for the link. Less than 50% of the runs were finished. Shots fired at Final Fantasy Tactics? Where? Did I miss that? Did I miss it? Did I miss it? I actually did not finish my last two runs, where I tried to do 2 4-Drop Fiestas, 1 controller. I didn't complete those. So sad. Wow, 38 damage. Nice. 18 out of 30 runs were finished. It was pretty good indeed. I'll play the PlayStation version. That game with a math using class is still bad though. Oh. Wow, why? One of the trickier things about this site here in particular is I cannot even really read much on the site, especially not a solo challenge reading, because it does require just enough focus that I need to be enough paying attention, but just not enough that it would keep my attention there. Still only one speedrun submitted to Gilgabot. I know at least one person who wanted to do one, but not sure whether has enough time. I don't think it's Wexel, I think it was a different guy. "10 hours 43 minutes on Game Boy Advance. I could probably beat that. But I don't run turn-based strategy games too bad. At turn-based RPGs. Except Skies of Arcadia. Yes, slow guy is slow. This is still the same guy. This is also still the same fight. I did not wipe. This is just how long it takes. We ran him out of MP in about 2 hours, and now we are sitting here since it's about another 2 hours soon. Blinking away on his health until he crumbles. Yes. Only 0.5%. I actually almost attacked just now, in the sense that I was about to double hit a 40 damage. Wow, that's so much damage. It is the correct strategy. It's the only strategy that can work, at least, unless you have something else that we just don't know about. Like a super secret hidden item that makes the white mage into a melee fighter, dealing enough damage to punch through rain, or something like that. Oh yeah, 40 damage. Wind slash. The wrong warp with Chick Knife in World 1 would not even help because a white mage cannot equip knives. Otherwise I would be using the Guardian Dagger to attack him. And not use a Chick Knife. 32 damage, that's almost 1%. Hey, we get to attack again. Nice. 14 damage. Sweet. Yep, chicken knife strats, yep. No chicken knife. No chicken knife allowed. Which means once we get to World 3, it's not over yet. We will still need to get through the pyramid, which should actually not be that much of an issue. And then finally get some proper weapon in a forest of... Actually, this is just halfway through World 2, isn't it? Where we get a feather flail, finally. For physical damage output. White mages are just bad with weapons. Yep, you could say that. Yep, no chicken knife for the poor white mage. White mage and monk, I believe, are the only classes that cannot equip the knives. Monk because he cannot equip weapons in the first place, because why would he? You can't even get holy. I will be getting holy by leveling up Galuf as a second white mage and just sending him up the omniscient portion of the Fork Tower. Otherwise I could also not acquire the... Never mind, I could get that. Never mind. The magic lamp, that is. Pure healer, not good with weapons, surprise of the century. Hey, if you play Ratchet & Age Origins, if you play a mostly support class, apparently that is ridiculously good with a staff weapon. Because they cannot be blocked, question mark? Something like that. Holy State a lot? I mean, if they do a solo challenge, it's kind of implied that, hey, you need 2 parties over there, don't you? It makes sense. $12 damage. Oh. He still has not started using Drain, which means we are still above 1/4, as in 1/4 of his health. Yeah, I get to attack again. Lovely. 24 armor. What is a Holy State anyway? No, Holy is a spell. The most powerful white magic spell in the game to attack enemies with. And in fact, the only one that actually deals holy element damage. And the only white magic spell that deals direct damage, for that matter. So it's also simultaneously the weakest. If you want to look at it that way. It's called Holy because it fills the enemies full of holes. It actually pretty much does. It is actually pretty good. That's an understatement. It's really strong. I don't know how strong exactly, but it's pretty strong. Let's build a thread. Actually, with all the thread that we have around us, we should be able to knit a ton of sweaters and stuff. We will never be freezing in the winter again. To be fair, with all those books around here, we would have enough fire as well to last through the entire winter. That's nice. You will, I think, be able to attack before I attack. Oh, never mind. 40 damage! Wow. Now I kind of wish I would have kept track of the damage I dealt, because I would be curious how far we are at this point. Oh well, as I said, I will kind of know where we are once he starts counter-attacking with Drain. Or try to anyways, because he has no magic, it will not work. Which, by the way, the other 2 solo characters that are unable to defeat Biblos before he runs out of magic are Bard and Thief. They just don't have enough damage output to punch through his defense. The Bard has a very easy way to run Biblos out of magic. He just straight up goes into hiding for 2 hours and then comes back and starts wailing on Biblos. Without even losing the levels initially until later. So he will even do a good chunk of damage in comparison. And then with the Thief, you will have to steal 99 high potions to survive this. And the best course of action with a Thief is to continuously attack him and just use high potions at a rather rapid rate. As in attacking, so he uses armor and terrain to run through his MP quicker. That is more efficient for a thief than not doing this, because a thief is inherently faster than a white mage. Fast enough to matter. Dancer can just dance, exactly. The 1 in 4 chance to deal really good damage. And if you run enough iterations of this combat, you will eventually win. Drain! We are at a quarter, guys. He has less than 800 HP left now. Let's say he has 800 now. So let's start keeping track of how much damage we deal. He has less than 800 HP. Where is my pen? I lost it. You never had it. I have it again. Dancer also randomly drains MP, sure, but the dance move is just strong enough for it to punch through his defense anyways. As in, draining MP is not really relevant as a dancer, generally speaking. Rabite opens up the food box and gazes long into the abyss. It decreases its sanity by 1. Little Rabite. I still have the... yeah, okay. So we deal 12 damage. Also, it definitely helps that Dancer also uses Jitterbug Duet, which deals pretty good damage, at least this early in the game in comparison to physical attacks. So on average, in the long run, Dance will actually deal more damage than just physically attacking. So it definitely helps. On top of getting slightly lucky with the rolls on getting more dances rather than anything else, it will work out in your favor. So we have 12 damage under 800 so far, and he decides to just continue with more wit slashes right now, which is rather irritating. If he uses another one, I will be using an elixir. Alright, let's just use an elixir here. I've only used 2 elixirs so far, that's okay. And greetings, Kuro Kitten. How are you doing? So that is 28 damage. Big reds. The dream. And greetings, Waggletails, how's it going? By the way, how do I say Kuro Kitten? Is that correct? Wow! We are up to 70 damage already on the 800. That's amazing. Not even joking, by the way, that is quite amazing. 82. Yeah, alrighty. Thank you. Hey Kishira. Good morning. Thank you for the good luck. How are you doing? Charm? Nice. Can try that. Aw, miss. Come on. We're almost there, and by almost I mean it's something like 25 minutes left until we defeat this guy. Which is almost in comparison to what we've done so far. Oh, come on. Let's try this. 112. You're okay. Alrighty. I'm doing quite excellent, thank you. Wow. 144. So 144, by the way, out of 800. Approximately 800. Might be slightly less. It's probably slightly less than 800. Because I don't know how much exactly he has. That is 800. Because he started using the rain. Okay, now I need to heal again. How many attacks? At least it's not wind slashes, so I'm fine with that. Hey Elsie, how are you doing, sir? What is the strongest weapon for the white mage? Physical weapon is probably the Morning Star, which you get in halfway through the second world, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So Flail right now is the best choice. Because I can't get anything else. The Sage Staff is arguably pretty strong, but not physically. I think the Sage Staff is probably the strongest, just for overall usability, I guess. Alrighty, we actually deal some more damage. That is 152. Oh, and more wind slashes. There is a Judgment Staff, but you have to steal it. Oh, alright. Been busy helping runners learn Beam Pro. Makes sense. So not possible in the solo challenge since you can't even use a thief knife. Yep. 1 out of 2 classes he does not have an option to use the steel in any capacity. I see. Wish you good luck with that, Kishra. Yep, MDI, we are at least 152 damage beyond the 800 HP mark. So, about 650 HP left. Probably. It's work time. Take care, MDI. Thank you for dropping by. Have a nice day, sir. $182. Hey, I get to attack again. Miss. Ferris and Biblos. Can we change out the music yet? Nope. Only once Biblos falls. You think that is why Biblos eventually gives up? It's kind of... Okay, I'm tired of this music, guys. Who knows? I mean, I still like the music. And another miss. Bam! Whoa! That was so much damage. 224. And we get to attack again. And he misses and I miss. And I miss again. And uses threat, which is pointless. Someone tell Biblos that you can't slow more than once. Maybe he thinks you have to refresh it every once in a while. Who knows? And another miss. I think that's 3 in a row, isn't it? To be fair, he has not dealt any damage either. There we go. I mean, that's still better than nothing. 236. Nice. 258. If you used another wind slash, I would have used another elixir just to speed up the process a little. Does slow not stack like in Final Fantasy 4, or does it only stack on enemies? It does not stack at all in Final Fantasy 5. I actually did not know that it stacks on 4. That's interesting to know. No, it doesn't stack at all, it's just a status applied. It's either there or it is not there. Stop putting frogs in the food box. They are friends, not food. Please. Level halved. I'm something like level 1124 at this point. Something like that. Probably actually a lot less. In theory anyways. That is 274. That is 274 past 800 by the way. So still about 530 to go. Probably a bit less. Like 500 damage left over. In Final Fantasy 4 it stacks, at least I heard, stacked for crumbs. I see. Well, I mean, it might stack, I just don't know about it. I've never played Final Fantasy 4. Which version did he play? I actually don't even know which Final Fantasy 4 versions there are. I think there is a PC version? Question mark? Wait, did I? I did. Delicious pie. Oh. SNES, PlayStation 1, DS, Wii, I want to say. I mean, I might just be Virtual Console, right? PC version of Final Fantasy is an enhanced version of the DS version. I see. I heard that one is pretty good, right? Give Advance, Nintendo DS, and I think PSP. Alrighty. Why do you not use all monks? Because this is not the variant where I would use more than one character or any other job than the White Mage. Uh-oh. Come on, stop missing, please. We might just have been after years, as in Final Fantasy IV too. Kind of unknown. Oh, I see. After Years is the laziest sequel name ever. Hey Moppleton, how are you doing? I mean, hey, if it works, why not? I feel like After Years is a fine name. At least in my opinion. Just checking. I haven't hit in something like 2 minutes or so. There! Now we hit for 12 damage. 286. I need to heal again. He could use a second will slash, I think. Not quite. I need to heal anyways. Right where I left you. Welcome back, Endless Tundra. Welcome back. Oh, he could use 2 wind slashes now, actually. If he does, I will just... yeah, I will just use an elixir. That just speeds up the process here a bit. And to give you a little update, Endless Tundra, we now are officially below 500 HP. That was 312 damage since he started using Drain. Wow. That was now 348 since he started using Drain. He starts using Drain once he slips below 800 HP. There, 348 damage since he starts using Drain. Is Fairy back row? Yes, she is. The flail is actually back row okay, which means it deals full damage from the back row. It doesn't matter. After You sounds like a 90s sitcom. I don't know. People hate that Kingdom Hearts 358 divided by 2 days, but it actually made a lot of sense once you've played through the game. Alright. I don't even know what that means. You do not have to worry about Drain any longer. No, because we ran him out of MP. He has no longer any magic to retaliate with Drain. Alright. 4. Wow. 392. Well, it's very likely that he has less than 400 HP left. And thank you again for the auto host, PJ. Appreciate that. Good evening, anybody who might be over there. Why Ferris, random choice or character do stats make a difference? I just like Ferris. The stats make a very slight difference in that if you would choose Butts instead, he would gain attack modifiers earlier than Ferris, as in something like 1 or 2 levels. But in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't really matter. Attack multipliers, sorry, not modifiers. The Flell is stronger in the back row. Not stronger, just it doesn't get made weaker. The same power in front and back row. Wow, 38 damage. That is actually 430 damage since he started using Drain. Ferris has an awesome white mage sprite. I mean, I just like Ferris. So that helps. Oh, he might be using 2 wind. Okay, he would not kill me, even if he attacked and wind slashed again. I was slightly worried for a second there. He could only kill me if he used more than that. Let's just use another elixir here, why not? I need to farm a ton of elixirs and levels anyway, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. You've watched this whole fight. Oh my god. Wow, that's pretty impressive to say the least. So, we are at... I can't read my number! At 450? That's highly unlikely. I can't read my own writing. I think that's 430. Whatever, let's say 460. Probably started using Train late anyways. A little over 3 hours. It's actually a little over... It's almost 4.5 hours now. $478. Minus 15 minutes for dinner. I hope the dinner was good. We are at approximately 500 damage dealt since he started using Drain. AST, splush splush. You thought the game crashed for a moment when I paused. Oh, sorry about that. As long as the dragon in 7th Saga that you have to kill 1 HP at a time. Wait, what? I did not know there was a thing like that in 7th Saga. That sounds like a rather lengthy endeavor. First attempt was yesterday. Yeah, pretty much. Would you please stop using Wind Slash? That would be lovely. And we agree. Welcome back, Yoko, come lost. Yes, this is still the same thing. Still the same thing, since about soon 4.5 hours. One boss with Lux? Huh, alrighty. Wait. He's only vulnerable to fire things, so if you put characters with no fire spells... Fight takes forever. Well, too bad. That's slightly ridiculous. Just attempts. Eight-hour fight in 7th Saga. Is it actually any dangerous in 7th Saga? Or is it just kind of, well, ow. Web slash. An hour and a half to 2 hours on it. I don't think I've ever seen that dragon thing. In fact, I didn't even realize there were optional things in 7th Saga at all. I thought everything was just kind of a tunnel. To be fair, I've only ever watched Peach play 7th Saga. Never played myself. Oh boy! Haven't hit since something like 2 minutes again. We called it robot negotiations. Nice. 540. Just taking lengthy breaks from it? Yeah, that is recommended. That much 7th Saga in such a short amount of time is kind of ridiculous. Quite a project, to say the least. Equinox is not a good way to take a break. Probably is not. I love that both Bowie and Peach just did a blind race. And then kind of both of them decided to, well, why not speedrun it anyways, I guess? Which, really? I mean, I feel like the routing might be quite interesting for Equinox. But outside of that, okay. Oh, it could be pretty bad. It still wouldn't kill me though. Enjoy your Dragon Quest 7! I actually really like that Bowie PJ blind race. That was very enjoyable, and I very much regretted that I had to... that's just elixir. I very much regretted that I had to stream myself that day. I really wanted to watch the entire thing. Equinox, what happens if you let a chaotic evil level designer use isometric engine? Something like that. I feel like that is slightly accurate. I mean, on the bright side, you clearly realize that, well, they know exactly what they were doing. Playing with perspective and all that stuff. It was not just an accident that some of the level design choices were rather weird. They actually did it all deliberately. You're still lurking. Enjoy your lurking. And on that note, hello to all the lurkers. I hope you're having a good time. Lurkers and listeners. Off to work. Take care, Kishura. And thank you for dropping by. I think one of the reasons they used to do games that way is for rental shops, forcing people to rent the game multiple times to clear it. I don't think so, actually. I think that's just kind of, they enjoyed this kind of idea and challenge of a game. As in, I feel like for the game itself, it was more about the idea of a game, rather than it was about creating an actually good game. As in, I genuinely believe the creators of Equinox were really smart overall, and they, in a sense, kind of deliberately didn't care too much about what is and is not game design. They just wanted to realize their idea. That's kind of what I got the impression from that game. Arcade did a similar things for a long time. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, on arcade it makes sense, you just spend another quarter whenever you die. Which, by the way, around here in Switzerland you are not allowed in arcades until you're something like 16 or 18. And by the time I was old enough to go into an arcade, the one that we had in our little home village closed. I never got to go in any. Would you please stop using wind slashes again? Would be lovely. Thank you for not using wind slash. I appreciate that. I can basically smell victory from here. We are probably less than 250 HP away from victory. Some countries have distinct between games of chance and games of skill. Well, sure, yeah. It's just kind of, I think it was more of a casino rather than an arcade. It was just that you could see from the outside that there were arcade machines inside. And I really, as a kid, just loved to play all sorts of games. Didn't get to go in there, nope. To be fair, I never really wanted to go in there too badly anyways. I had my own games, so that was fine. Arcades are slowly fading out. I guess it makes sense. Solgren is streaming drawing again. His designs are so questionable. You could call it questionable. I mean, it appeals to a certain type of audience. It's not my appeal, but hey, people like it, why not? Basically, Solgren is not usually the type of person I would watch stream. He's just not the kind of personality I would watch. But I absolutely love his game design, in the sense that the kind of games he creates with the type of difficulty and difficulty scaling is just basically perfect to me. As in both I Wanna Be the Boshi and Wings of We. I played those games so much, it's insane. Really, really good games. Alright, 116, I got to hit him again. Nice. Have I accidentally smacked him with the heal stuff yet? No, actually I did not. More often than not, I actually double check on which weapon I currently have equipped, because I'm talking, reading chat, drawing numbers, and kind of forget what I was doing last turn already. 44! Whoa! We are at 616 damage from when I started calculating. So less than 200, guys. Less than 200. Why, Chris? Why not? Because he likes drawing those kinds of things. Again, it's not appealing to me, but he likes drawing it, a lot of people like watching it and seeing it. I'm okay with that. I mean, if you start questioning things that is done in games one way or another, which is counter-logical, there are too many things like that. I mean, why does Biblos have horns if he never uses them? Or a tail that is kind of fiery like that? Maybe left over from his evolution line? I don't know. You're so psyched to see this thing die. Yep. This fight going for a bit more than 4.5 hours now. Only. I think from what I remember, this is the longest fight in the White Mage solo challenge. But there will be other fights that are at least 3-ish hours long. Maybe 4 even. And missing frequently too, B-Dragon. And then having to heal something like 10 turns on average before I get to attack once more. 40 damage. We are officially below 100 HP for this guy, by the way. How much exactly, I don't know. I started counting damage once he started using Drain as a counterattack, which is below 800 HP. It's possible that he did not use Drain on the first few attacks, or that he used armor instead, or not counter at all. So it might just be one more attack, or it could be 5. Well, depending on whether we hit or not, might even be more. $38. Ah. Greetings, eating control TV. Welcome back. He's not even attacking right now. I think Biblos gave up. Good night. Ah, miss. That would have been so perfect. Train, not enough MP. I stopped counting, by the way. Let's see. There we go! Urgh. This is the end! But the seal of my master still lives. We got him! Why do you even do that? Don't lie. I mean, good boss fight. Great boss down indeed. So I've been streaming since 4 hours and 45 minutes, and I started to battle this something like 10 minutes into the stream, so a bit more than 4.5 hours. Alrighty, let's get going. 7 ability points, and I get a protect bottle, which I can never use. Hey, buddy. I've done 2 narration playthroughs of this game already, by the way. I didn't highlight those, did I? Probably should have. Oh well, next year when I do another 4-Drop Fiesta, I'll do another narration playthrough, I think. And it will be SNES version again. Time to save, indeed. I love the library music, by the way, it's so good. We are even at full HP and full MP getting out of this battle. Nice. Paris did it. Level 28, solo Ice Mage defeated Biblos. Oh boy. You were reading all that time? What were you reading? War and Peace? Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. He could have slowly limped away, but stood there and took it in the end. You missed it! Oh no! I'm sorry, Parlillian. GG. Yes, this is Chrono holding a GG sign up. Oh boy. If you have a text for each of those food items, Mike, feel free to contact me or whisper them to me and I can just add it to the food box. So that was a pretty lengthy endeavor to go all the way. Don't put frogs in the box. Frogs are friends, not food. Saving for good measure again. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. That was it for me for today. We defeated Biblos. I did a lot of management stuff in the background, so I feel like I did a lot more work than I actually did. However, quick preview. Wednesday we are going to be racing, probably Barbarian race in Diablo 2 again. Tomorrow I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do. I might actually be doing a Diablo 2 run just on my own for once instead of a race. On Friday there will be the Rip Runners opening thing on the evening for our American people, and actually it's 1 AM CEST for European people on Saturday. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for sticking around, for lurking around, and some of you have been here the entire time, which is insane. That's so awesome. So yeah, thank you everybody. I wish you good evening, good night, and good whatever it might be for you. Maybe a good day if you're starting already. And hopefully until next time, take care.